Greetings. Shalom. Okay, the camera's working. Well, there's not much to see, literally, here, and yet there is a lot to see, so much to see, beyond comprehension, as anyone can only handle here a little, there a little, anyways, and no one can handle more truth than that, whatever that is perfectly, that the Father knows, here a little, there a little, line upon line, precept upon precept, for His truth coming into someone's heart, given from Him, through people, still by Him, directly through His people, both are happening, and that's how He gives. He works out both things. And line upon line, precept upon precept, what is that to this world? What on earth is that? Is that like building up doctrine? Well, yes and no, but not man's way. Building up some doctrine for a denomination that's a little bit different on the outside like this than another, and one having more similarities with one than the other, as that can be and is, and maybe one being more different than another to another, and on it goes, every combination of the image that's created looking slightly different, because it needs to be self's things to make self-righteous, building doctrine and using His word deceitfully, false doctrine, false teachings that look true to someone that doesn't see the truth and is not seeking it from Him. Then the lie can look so real, as if it's true and as if it even has power. Without His truth to fight the lie, what's someone going to do? They're going to believe the lie because there is no knowledge, there's no truth, there's no guidance, there's no light. And that's what this world is, in a nutshell. Lost. The definition of lost. Constructing it like a system on a website or something, just the way that it's done is the problem, and it's way deeper than that. Of course, the heart is what's deceitful and utterly corrupt above all things, and desperately wicked. Who can know it? And that's a real question. The Father doesn't do stupid things in His word. That means something. Who can know it? Yeah, who can know it? Who on earth knows it? We find out here a little, there a little on what that means. Who can know it? Not too much at once, but anyone that's not seeking truth from Him is not finding out at all. Who can know it? It'll be a mystery to them. The mystery of the kingdom of heaven and the mystery of lawlessness. Lawlessness becomes a mystery to the mind and heart of one that's in darkness, further in rebellion and further away, separated from the Creator every day. And it's astonishing that this is so. It just proves how stupid man is, foolish, blind. Because it can't be this dumb. It can't be this foolish. It's impossible. And yet it's happening. It's the impossibility of the devil. The other side of the good works that are impossible without Him for us to do, and yet they are possible through Him only and in Him only to do the works in us. They are possible, and yet they're impossible. And how could both be true? Because they're rightly divided, separate things that need to be seen in the heart. It doesn't work the way that religion constructs their doctrine and tries to put it in order. Anyone trying to do that and putting it in order, that's the carnal mind at work. It's smoking. It doesn't work like that, but first coming out of that, it's going to be mostly that for somebody for a while. And then bit by bit, more faith means more trust in him. And then through his way, it's okay that it's that. It's not justifying sin, but it always sounds like it because there's forgiveness. Man takes real forgiveness and sees perversion in it. He sees justifying of sin when real forgiveness is done to the enemy or spoken of in truth. And the enemy sees some kind of light and is squinting at it. What is that? Get it away from me. It's blinding me. What is that wicked thing? It must be the same evil that I know. I'll call it wickedness. That's what it must be, automatically, because it only sees darkness still. To the impure, all things are impure. And then to the pure, all things are pure, and it's becoming that, becoming pure daily. And to the impure, it's becoming more impure daily. It's working the two directions. The way of life and the way of death, two ways only, not 10,000, not 10 million. There's not actually 10 million different ways. There's only two, the wide gate and the narrow way. Enter the narrow gate, the narrow way. And the wide gate fits all of the lies and delusions and evils and sin and ways that are sold. Because anything that's not the truth is sold. Because it's like a product, it's not real. That's who the devil is. He's not real in this way. He's not. There is no love or care. There's nothing real. A lie isn't real. It's a delusion that man believes for a time, a speck of time, that okay, it keeps going. The train horn. Still going. There it goes. But man gives breath to the image, to the lie. The first image of the beast gives breath to the second image, and it demands worship back to the first image. It does want worship to that second image. But what's really happening is that worship is going back to the one that created the second image. So both are happening, but they are different, two different things. It wants the intention and heart of it is worship back to the first image, the man, first image of the beast, man. He wants the second image of the beast to be worshipped so that he gets worship in spirit, all these things happening. So he gets worship by people towards himself. And since man doesn't have the fear of the Creator himself, and it can't just be mustered up in sin, it needs to be done through his way and given through repentance and belief and seeking him, like we read all these things to do, to ask and receive. He has to do evil in order to do the masquerade of the true. That's what someone is left with. That's how the Father has made it, all things. Whatever the truth is, if someone's not having the truth, it's because they don't seek him and don't believe in him, then that's an absolute truth. That's an absolute truth. And now they have to do the masquerade of the true. They have to do what they don't have and pretend they do what they don't have for real within them. Someone doesn't have the real truth, the real joy, the real everything from the Father at all, the real life. They have to do the image, the masquerade of the true, and make a copy of it. And then when someone does the image of it, that is the truth in their heart, and people will believe the image of the beast and believe it's real. They will believe it. It's the teaching in Revelation. That's the truth. It's astonishing, and the more someone sees this, the more astonishing it is. It's frighteningly astonishing how bad it is. How bad self was and how bad every believer was, because you start being able to see how it was really working in the heart by looking back, as John looks back, by looking back in our life and seeing how it was working, that only the image was believed at first, nothing else, nothing true, nothing real, no true love or care, only the image of love and care. So there's always these two things, the good and the evil, the true and the copy of the true, the image of the true. And if someone worships the image, it's already a lie. Even if it's a good image, it's a sin, it's evil, because it's not the truth. It's the image of it. It's copying what it looks like in spirit, the real thing, and manifesting it outwardly to be seen by men. And that's the image of the beast that all must bow down and worship, and already are, that don't know him, that are marked. It's already true for all people. That's why we read all. I mean, it makes it clear, his word. And when someone's given some truth, it's not confusing, because he gives us the truth and makes it clear. And he builds on that truth more and more, and it becomes clearer and clearer. And you start believing his word more, which is increased faith, which is increased belief in him, that his word is true and that he is true. And that what his word says is true. We start believing that it's true, even if we don't understand it the way we need to yet for something. Start believing it's true anyways, which is to fear him. It's to fear him, to believe that he is true. To fear that word, or this word, fear and tremble at his word, is what he is doing. That's who's being blessed, those that fear and tremble at his word. This is stupid to evil. This doesn't make any sense to evil. It's got no fear. Look at the bumper sticker on that tough guy. No fear. So when it's speaking out of whatever man thinks he understands, that's the best he can do. It's speaking a delusion in reality. When it says no fear, it doesn't know what it means itself. Because what fear is being spoken of in the first place? What is this no fear? No fear of what? Like you're strong, no fear. You have to sell an image of strength by going around and showing everyone, talking with the mouth, selling an image in front of crowds, in front of people. Sell a product that has your beliefs, our beliefs. This is what people do. Of this is what I am, this is what I am, this is what I am. And people write books out of their sin guilt. This is what I am, to counter someone else's book. One person fights against another, and it looked like those two were friends, but really, are they friends? Is there such thing as being a friend in the devil? There's only a friend in Messiah, that's it. There is no true friendship in the devil. It's just a scheme and a plot and a deception itself to think that's so, that this is possible. As long as two people have need, selfish need and usury of the other, one the other and the other back, it can look like it. So there's a friendship, and people use each other all the time. And this usury is the opposite of love. It's hate. It's murder. It's evil. It's cold and careless. It's brutal. It just uses someone like a rug, like a doormat is used to wipe mud on, for someone's self-righteousness to be clean. It's just a person is used like a doormat to wipe their sins and dump them on them. Well, this is what man thinks he can do. It can't actually be done. No one can take their sin that's on them, that they've really done, and take them off, remove them, and stick it on someone else. But there's a thing happening that can be made to look just like it, to make it look like that's possible. Making it look like it's possible is the lying image being given breath. It's literal worship of an image and a god. Gods many, so-called gods. That's why no one that doesn't believe in the Creator has one God. They have many gods. Anything that's an image or an idol is multiple gods now, when there's multiple images and idols. And it's happening. It's being worshipped. But someone in spite will say, I don't do anything. I don't worship anything or anyone, just myself. I don't worship no God. I don't have any gods. Well, so they think. So they think and need to believe to cover their sins, because they do. They don't know how it's working. They don't see the strong worship of the image in all things. So many different images and idols to worship, and it's all done in the heart. It's not something that's to be proven on the outside. Here's how I prove on the outside now that I don't have any other gods. I build a religion and, do everything religion does and sell a wild image of righteousness. Someone doing that is man's self-righteousness. They're doing it to hide and cover their sins. That's why it's being done. That's the heart of it. That's why it's being done. It needs to show everyone something constantly out of sin guilt, a pressure that they cannot bear and hold within themselves. They cannot hold that word, that wicked word, in themselves now. So it needs to go out of them and get people to believe the lie and desperately, wickedly deceive people, which is zero love and care for them. But it believes it cares about people. It really does, in a delusion. It believes it has love and cares about people. No, it doesn't. No, the person doesn't that does this continually. Cannot. That means that the actual care in their heart doesn't exist. It's not there. It doesn't know what love is yet. If it thinks that's love, sinning and deceiving people constantly, that's not love. That's destroying them. That's continuing their delusion and destruction and wanting them to stay in it. How does a man prove that? He keeps doing it. That's the proof, the works. And I've seen the anger and fear when the word works is even used. Works. And the devil's just, it's like they show for the images, someone goes crazy. Of course, this is a delusion too, but it's something like this image where it's like there's a cross, and now the demon, here's the cross, and the demon starts writhing in pain and screeching, and the witch starts melting away. It's something like that actually happening. That's why that image is produced, because it produces an image, doesn't even know why it's doing it. It's just pouring out its folly and evil. Anybody could do this. Anyone can create the image. It's easier than blinking your eyes. It's whatever easy thing someone can come up with. It's that easy to do. But now the actual work and the camera work and all those things aren't being talked about. The sin is it just as easy as blinking the eyes to do. It's that easy to sin. It takes no wisdom to sin. None. Zero. The wisdom of this world is foolishness to Elohim, to the Creator. It's absolute garbage and filth and foolishness. That's what it really is. Now that, where was I? It's always about the image being created and given breath, given life, the fake life, so-called, that is of the devil, that only the Creator can give of the true. When someone doesn't have what's real within them, this is what man is left to do, is copy what he thinks that image of truth is and make a copy for himself and sell that image. It's all on the outside to hide what's inside and real. As long as someone is focusing on the outside and the image, they cannot get to what's real. It's actually working in a way, even though it's not working. And there's always this rightly dividing with his truth, where you say two things that sound contradicting. But a contradiction is one thing, not two things. That's a contradiction. A contradiction is saying the sun is hot, the sun is cold. It's one thing, the sun, and it's either one or the other, but it's saying one thing is both contradicting things. That's a contradiction. His truth is no contradiction, because there's always two things that need to be rightly divided. It's not working in that the Father sees all sin. It's not working because judgment is coming on someone anyways for the sin they do secretly in their heart. It's coming back on our head anyways for what's done in the heart. It's not working. The reason why someone covers themselves is to think that they hide. Otherwise, they wouldn't do it if they didn't think it would work for hiding. Why does someone hide? They think they can escape his judgment. So that's how it's not working. That's how we say it's not working, because the Father sees it and he's judging everyone anyways. Someone in their house, someone in their car, someone at their work. If they sin, it's being judged. It's not stopping that. He's judging them anyways, and things come in people's life, and by the time it comes, they have no clue why. They never learn. They never find out what on earth is going on. All the signs are around them that something is wrong. They can determine the clouds and that rain is coming in a couple days, 3 days, whatever the forecaster, the prophet, so-called, says. He can see the sign of the clouds and the weather. But how is it that he can't see the sign of the times? How true that is. Every generation, maybe. Every generation that's been fulfilled. And at the end of the generation, it's the worst that it's ever been, because his judgment has been working in a man's life, and it's the worst at the end than it ever was. So it must always have the exact same feeling constantly that this is it. Humanity's done. It's destroyed. The end is here. Look at the proof. It's what it is. That's what's been happening. They've been saying the end is coming since the beginning. It's always coming, because that destruction in someone's soul is getting worse. It needs to destroy others and wants others to be destroyed, secretly or openly, definitely secretly. It doesn't care about anyone. It would like to see destruction everywhere and people destroyed, and take glee, joy in it, that the Father never does. How close does the lie make itself look like the truth? How close? By the time the end actually comes, there's not a single soul in the world besides believers that would believe it. Not a single soul, but it doesn't look that way, does it? It looks like people believe that in Messiah and in his coming, and that he's coming someday. And it looks that way. It looks like people believe that. It really does. This is breath given to the image on, well, for this one thing now, this one truth now, that the end is coming, which is one with Messiah coming and the end coming. That's what's being spoken of now. So now that's what is given breath into the lie, into the image, the delusion. The image of the beast is created. It looks like it's real and true. That's the breath. It looks like it's alive. It's working. It's true, because truth is working. It's alive. It's living. His word is living. To be real, to be true, truth is living. It works. His word is working. It's living in us, in those that believe. It's becoming alive. It's still dead to those that don't believe. That doesn't make it dead. But in a sense, it's dead and it's alive, because two different things. The enemy can't rightly divide between good and evil. That's the heart of it all. That would be everything, all sin, all righteousness. Adam and Eve look at the tree, and there's good and evil on it. There's actual good on it, and there's evil. Someone might think that's something wrong with that right away, because man's mind is so corrupt. He needs to stop thinking his own thoughts and start receiving from the Father the truth, and stop assuming things, like they say, make an ass out of you and me. That's what assuming does. It's true. Now, what on earth does that mean if the person that says that continues to do that himself and never lifts a finger up for those words, for that law that he spoke? Then he's a hypocrite. Then he doesn't know what those his own words mean. He can think he knows what it means, but whatever he does not do, he doesn't know. A kid says, I know what you mean, wah, wah. And it's in rebellion with wrath and pride at such an early age, man. No wonder we read that we're conceived in sin, because conceived in the flesh this is the first man, the man that needs to die. The old man is the first. The natural man is first, comes first, not the spiritual first, but the natural first, like we read. The natural man comes first, not the spiritual. So then, like a rebellious kid thinks that they understand by saying, I know, what do you think, I'm stupid? But keeps doing the same sin and rebellion, and the parents see it and says, no, you don't. Why does the parent say, no, you don't? Because the kid's doing the works of the same problem. The kid, as long as the kid believes in his heart that he knows, he will never actually know. He's believing in the breath and image that he gave to the lie. The moment it's a lie, it's an image. It's a spiritual image. It's real. The Father's real. The moment that it's a lie, I'm seeing that it's all one like this. If it's a lie, it's an image. It has to be. It must be. It already is some kind of image, and it's going to look different from one lie to another, but it is an image. As long as that kid believes that he knows, which he's believing the lying image of, I have knowledge, I know what this thing is, I don't do sin, I don't do evil. How can someone know what they never do, what they never accomplish and do with works? Even the world, naturally speaking, would agree with this. On a random day talking about their product or their machine or whatever someone's creating for merchandise and selling, even the world would agree naturally with this. So what kind of hypocrisy and condemnation is this world in? So strong, such strong hypocrisy all the time. Do you now believe this? Well, it's like a yes and no. Absolutely not. The enemy doesn't believe truth. But he makes it look like he believes it through worshiping the image and the natural thing. He makes it, that's his righteousness. He thinks that's the truth right there, the natural thing. He thinks if he does that literal thing, that makes him righteous. No, it doesn't. There's nothing we can do to make self-righteous. Not one thing that can be done. Not one. Saying the words is easy in a delusion, in sitting and listening to a false prophet in the bench, being deceived, and a delusion going forth in someone's heart that's incredibly strong. It's easy to say those words when they have nothing to do with the truth, and the false prophet never does it with his own heart, doesn't know what he's talking about. He's like a child that speaks, that just says words and copies the image of whatever his idol is, That's what kids do. See, there's the picture of what's happening in all people's hearts spiritually, constantly. The kid looks at it and it instantly worships that idol and starts trying to look like it. And this is a picture. It's literally trying to look like it, literally. Sound like it, look like it, copy it. It's an idol. Yeah, that's sin. It needs to be known. It's said by his people that that's sin. That's not innocence. That's not good. That's sin. As long as that kid believes that this thing is okay, they will never stop worshiping idols and that image of those idols, which is sin. They will never stop sin. They will never know true knowledge and receive it from the Father. They will never have truth as long as they keep believing the lie is true and real with their heart. It's not innocent. It's just innocent compared to, someone that's done great sin for 40 years. That's it. That's what man does. It's a trick. The kid is not innocent in reality. He's just innocent compared to someone that's older and has done much sin. That's what's really going on. So when someone says innocent, what do they mean by it? Well, they mean that they're really innocent. Yeah, they do. Because if you were to speak this truth, you would be hated if you spoke it out of the Father's Spirit, because a false prophet could say whatever he wants in a delusion that doesn't speak out of light and good and truth with power. Therefore, it won't do anything for anyone. There's no power. Anyone who denies the Father's power, turn away from such, we read. They just denied everything. They denied him, himself. There is nothing left. Forget his word. Forget this law. Forget this word here and this thing here. It's over. If someone denies the power, they deny him. Whoever denies him, they will be denied. Messiah teaches. Whoever denies me, they will be denied. Why? It's one. It's a punishment. It's a righteous judgment. The Father's not doing any evil. They deny him. Well, yeah, now he denies you. It's all one. Pharaoh's heart is hardened. Father hardens his heart. And Pharaoh hardens his heart. It actually takes understanding to be given from above to start understanding what this is really meaning in spirit, the truth of it for the heart. Saying the words was never the understanding alone. That's just an image. Words create an image. Now that alone is not good enough. That's if someone believes the image, they're just believing the image of it. Is someone speaking out of the image that they create or out of the heart with truth and understanding. The false prophet makes himself look desperately close to truth as a messenger of light, and a believer is a messenger. All of them would be. And there's also false messengers. All of them are called messengers. Yeah, but which one is it? A true messenger or a false messenger? What is a messenger? Now it's starting to sound weird to me a little bit saying that word that many times. Does it matter? No, it doesn't matter as long as the heart is doing what's right. A true messenger hears from the Father and speaks his truth. He speaks because of hearing from him and because he believes in what he's saying and understands what he's saying to whatever degree the Father has given. And there is no condemnation for not understanding it fully for anyone, but the enemy would like to condemn everyone for not being perfect instantly like it does every day to people. Nevertheless, it's true that a true messenger speaks the words of the Father and speaks because they believe in their words and have understanding in their words and speak out of hearing from the Father. That's the real reason and intention. A false messenger does not hear from the Father in reality, does not hear from him, doesn't have his spirit. A false messenger speaks the delusion and deceitfulness of his heart. He speaks out of intention, carnal, earthly things, worthless things, to create an image that he's true. That's why he speaks, to make it look like he's true, so that he can hide from his sins from others and make gain, profit for self. That's what false prophet does, is he works for self-gain, for selfish ambitions, for money, and worships and serves money, and he hides his sins by making himself look just like a messenger of light on the outside. This is the sheepskin over the wolf Messiah taught, that his word always taught, that no one can see until it's truly being given by receiving from him. It can't be seen any time before that by anyone. No one that's not of the Father can see the truth. It's not there. It has to believe for real. Someone has to believe and repent and seek him with their heart to receive truth. That has to actually be done. Cheap words is not going to be standing. It's not going to stand with him. He will not accept it. Does he hear the prayers of the wicked? Well, what do we read? That's not going to sell, is it? No, he doesn't. And Messiah says, and nevertheless, he does a lot of good things carnally for man, and gives them all kinds of things that man wants, and gives them literal life, and gives them all kinds of things still. He's still good and merciful, but the enemy will never see that. Never. As long as they're an enemy, how could they see anything? How could they love him? How could they hate him? They don't want to hear about it. They don't want to hear about him and his truth. It's the very thing that they ran from their youth, like anyone else. But now there is a way to draw near, and that's what's commanded, to be reconciled. For anyone that believes, that can hear, be reconciled, because he's done the work already now. And it was for everyone, but not many are reconciled now. Not many believe, even though it is for everyone. And yet it's not, because not all are believing. And yet it is, because it will be for everyone. But there is a plan and a purpose that he's doing. And it's a special thing. And it's a plan that is, whatever he gives us to comprehend. It's so big, it's too big, too good. Especially for anyone that doesn't believe. It's too good for them. And it has to be the way it is now, because there's so many things working out because of the way it is. And that's just saying it in a few words. There would be no way to see who he is. There would be no proof. There would be no proof of judgments of what he hates and what he loves. All these things that matter don't mean anything to people in this world. So it's all void and vanity. It really does mean they have made his word to no effect. This is how it's done. That word means something. This is how they make his word vain and to no effect in people. All the things that matter don't matter to them. all the things that are important about sin and good and evil and who he is and needing to know who he is and prove who he is and needing to be a righteous judge he needs to be. All those things don't matter. It's really important that he's a righteous judge. He has to show that. He proves it because he proves what he says. He doesn't talk like the snake, only talks and creates the image of the true to hide that he never does it. I create the image of whatever the image is someone does. When that image is believed, someone will not see the real sin and what they're really doing because they believe the image on the outside covering their inside, covering the nakedness. That's the purpose of the fig leaf covering. It's not about literal fig leaves. It never was, and yet it is because that's the covering. There's a discerning between the natural and the spiritual. That's how it's going to be said for every word. When the knowledge is given, when some knowledge is given, there will be a way to say it is and it isn't at the same time for all things, because there's the natural and the spiritual, and these two things are different, but one is pointing to the other, and it's something like that picture and image, but it is not the image itself, the spiritual. Murder is not killing someone in the... What does that mean? Just sticking knife in flesh, blood pouring out. That's not murder. Murder is in the heart. That's just the manifestation and image of murder in the heart. That was never murder to the Creator, even though it is murder. See, now saying it is and it isn't, because that's how it works in all things. When someone can see two things and rightly divide them between the natural and spiritual, and then there's a rightly dividing between good and evil, which is a little different than discerning between the natural and the spiritual. Now it's between good and evil. If someone can't see from where someone is speaking and what they're doing in their heart, what do they mean? What are they seeing spiritually in spirit? Is why a true messenger speaks. The false messenger doesn't speak because he sees truth. He just carnally remembers words and doctrines and speaks out of the sin guilt of his heart and pours out his sins to everyone while he thinks he hides them. The reason why it looks like it's working for a cover is because the world is blind. It's not actually working. It's because the world's blind. Even this, the devil masquerades and makes it look, the image look true. It looks like the cover is working because everyone else is blind, not because it's actually working. How can someone have an actual cover that works when they pour out their folly? Because the Father doesn't even allow the cover to work. Meaning Adam and Eve cover their nakedness, and now it's covered, right? It can't be seen. And yet it's seen. And yet it's not seen. It's seen because Adam pours out all his sins anyways. He says it. He tells everyone. And as long as they're about the lie, it reminds everyone of their sin, covering themselves, but as a judgment. That's what he's going to do. That's what he's been doing. Adam pours out his actual nakedness through sin guilt. Therefore, the cover is stupid and worthless anyways. It's not working anyways. But how does a blind person see on the receiving end? If they're blind, they can't see. So why is someone covering themselves anyways? Well, that just came new to me right now. It just only tells me how this delusion's stronger than I thought. It's only worse. The stupidity is worse than I ever thought. Why does someone cover themselves if the whole world's blind and can't see real things and truth anyways? Well, it's only proving the Father's truth more. That's what it's doing. It's proving his truth. A legitimate reason in heaven for someone to cover themselves if everyone's blind anyways. That's how guilty someone is of their sins, proving they know that they sin. Doesn't want to believe he's lying and that he's a deceiver. So he keeps on going deeper into it, and in his mind that proves he's not a deceiver. Going into the more. It's pretty fascinating how the Father turns a man into that goes against the world doesn't see it. So it's working and people are getting away with things. It looks like that the image is true and has power, and it will have power over someone so long as someone believes in it. They will give breath and continue the lie because they want to, because they give it breath. Whatever a man wants to believe and say is true and has power, that's what it will become as a judgment. The Father will make sure it looks like it's real in that person's mind by giving someone what they want. They want to believe that this or that idol has power and can do this or that. They will. They'll see proof for it. They'll see the proof however way he shows it through judgment. They'll see enough proof to believe the lie and be punished. It's a punishment to believe a lie. Sin causes death, and lies cause death. It's not good. It's a punishment to get our own things in our own way. Who would have ever thought? Our own ways and our own things is a punishment. He just gives us more of what man wants. Someone wants that, he hands them over. How? By taking off a little bit more restraint that was already there. A dog goes and does what it always was. It was just restrained a little bit. The more deeper someone falls into sin, he determines all these things and not us. But this is how it's working. All he has to do is unleash the beast. And a normal person that would be seen as normal and good goes out and literally kills someone. Could be anyone at any time, because no killer thought they would ever kill someone. That would be common for all. They fell. For whatever reasons that the Father knows perfectly, they fell to a higher degree in that sin, in that specific thing. And that could happen to anyone. And anyone that doesn't kill someone, that doesn't prove they're good, but it does to this world because of the image. Because they believe killing is just literal murder, killing, that's it. If you don't do that, you're righteous now. As long as someone gives breath to this lie, that if I don't kill someone, I'm righteous, they will believe they're righteous and never receive the Father's righteousness. They will be sinners in reality every day. How can someone do righteous good works if they never receive it from him? If they keep believing that self-righteousness is righteous? Whose righteousness is it? When it says a man is righteous in his word here or there, what does it really mean? That every word has to be discerned, what his word is meaning for any given word, every one individually. And nothing can be assumed that it's this or that or just like another thing. No, it may not be working the exact same way like another word. All of that comes from him, and the more faith someone has in him, the more we really rely on him for whatever is on someone's mind, for that work, for that good thing. A little bit less of that carnal, worthless evil of doing the image of remembering things, writing down, creating doctrine like a system. And I'm not condemning, writing or something. If someone can see the truth here, because it's going to look just like the lie, the truth. Because one thing is not automatically sin, and maybe someone else does this or that, and it's not automatically sin when that's the truth. Like it's been said, drinking itself, some alcohol, is it a sin by itself? Well, it depends on what someone's heart is doing. That's what the truth is there. Of course, the wicked will say it's not every time. They will justify whatever is sin that they do. Whatever sin someone's doing, of course they'll say it's not. But it's a believer must actually know and care and discern whether it's a sin for himself or not, because we believe in his judgments and his power that sin causes death. The unbelieving world does not believe in sin and doesn't believe that sin causes death. It proves that by its works, not by its mouth, an image it creates. Someone doesn't believe this or that causes death because how do they prove it? They do it all the time. They prove it. No, I believe. Oh, but you still commit adultery all the time. Non-stop in the heart, let alone the literal thing. That's proof that someone doesn't believe the wages of sin is death. They don't believe it in their heart. But now a believer must believe that, learn that. And the more someone believes, the more they fear him, the more good we do, the less evil we do, and more is cut off. The more someone believes in him, the more good they do. It's a circle of life instead of circle of death, the snake eating its own tail, creating the image of the true circle of life. always masquerading and creating the image of the true, always, in everything. The devil does this. It's already been done, is being done, and will be done tomorrow. And that can be counted on because it's not my own truth. It's the Father's truth. It's His truth that I didn't create and no other believer created. And Messiah Himself, the master of the body, didn't create. And if the master of the body, the head, didn't create it, then nobody under Him, the head of the body, created it. If they did this to me, He says, I believe I have those verses in the description, they will do this to you. If I have tribulation, you will have tribulation. And elsewhere, He says, in this world, you will have tribulation. You will. The moment someone teaches that you won't, run from that spiritually. Running away physically is not the answer or truth. And nevertheless, there's going to be a setting apart, and whatever it looks like has to be. Who cares about the image? Well, that's what we can't care about and worship. The image, whatever it ends up looking like, is what it needs to be. The thing in the heart has to be done, and whatever that looks like must be so. And not ashamed of it or worship the image, change what we do because of what it looks like. That's what the world does. We do what's right in the heart first, which has to be found and done. Can't just be done by someone in the world that doesn't believe they won't be able to do that. But a believer has to find out what's right in the heart, do that, and then look whatever it looks like, because it will create an image. And we can't care what the image is. It could look really bad. Yes, the truth looks really bad. It looks evil to the devil. The devil makes himself look like he hates evil himself by pretending to hate evil, by just looking like he hates evil. How do you make yourself look like you hate evil? To masquerade a believer that does hate evil. To masquerade the Father who the Father is and Him hating evil. To masquerade good, light. It's all from Him, not about us. And yet He gives us His things to be a light. And it's our light, and yet it's not our light. It's our light because it was given. It's not our light in that it did not come from us, and we didn't create it or muster it up. But it's given, and whatever is given by Him is ours because it's a gift. It's given from above. Every good gift comes from above. When man gives a gift, beware. It's a bribe. It's wickedness. It's evil. It needs to be seen how, and it will blind the eyes of the righteous, like we read. It will blind them. How could this be? How could it be that believers will be blinded or deceived and fall, get back up? All these things are true. That's the way. And through it, we actually need His grace, and it cannot be used as a license to sin. His forgiveness cannot be used like this. Someone has to make sure in their heart that they're not doing that. We have to make sure in our heart we're not using it as a license to sin. It's as easy as dropping a penny on the ground to do that. The world doesn't have His grace, His favor, and it doesn't use His grace and favor that it doesn't have in this way. It uses this as a license to sin. It's a fake, fraudulent thing in the first place, but speaking as if the image is real, that people have it, that most people have it. When the works of using it as a license to sin is seen constantly, that's a discernment that they don't know Him and are not of Him. That's just the hard truth. Because a believer can't be using with intent His grace as a license to sin constantly, but are trusting in Him to do the works in us. How easy it is to do our own works and think it's from God. That's what the enemy will even accuse all the time, because it only can accuse others of what it really is and does itself in hypocrisy. How does it know about that knowledge of you're only doing this because of doing the sin? Takes one to know one, they say. This is the knowledge of the world. The knowledge of the tree of good and evil is doing the sin and having knowledge about just the literal sin. Take adultery, for example, and we do read that first a few times, I believe. It comes first because it's something I've noticed that it comes because of man loving that so much, because it's huge. It's huge for man. It's one of the biggest things. Nevertheless, all sin is sin, like we also read. It doesn't mean that something else is not a sin now because it's maybe not as deep for someone here or someone there. That doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean it's good. It's just that there's a such thing that it can go deeper and worse. And some sin could be deeper in someone than another, and the Father doesn't see them as better or worse. It doesn't mean that someone's not in deeper sin. It's just the Father doesn't see someone as better or worse than anyone else, but all even, same. No one's better in reality. That's the truth. He doesn't allow that truth to be crushed. That's always true no matter how much of a lie man believes that he's better than someone. It's not happening. He's being judged for that wicked belief and destroyed because of it. That's why Messiah said, because the Pharisees said out of that belief and corruption in their heart that they were better than these other people in the past. You know, do you suppose that the things that happened to such and such, Sodom and Gomorrah, are worse sinners than someone else? He says, no, unless you repent, you'll die in your sins. Can't believe the image because it looks like it's someone so much worse. Someone will believe that they are through self-righteousness and being so much better than them. That is corruption. That is a massive sin to believe that in the heart. And it doesn't matter what it's about. Is that happening within? Could be about anything, any sin. It's the same thing within. It's the same thing about believing self is better than others. Someone will quickly say the sin guilt that they do and say, I don't believe I'm better than anyone else. Well, now it needs to be discerned whether that's of the devil speaking or of the Father, someone speaking in truth. Because the devil has no truth in him, and someone's only lying and speaking their sin knowledge and guilt and covering themselves by saying the reverse, creating the image of, I do not do this. That creates an image of, I am not that. You just sell the reverse of what really is happening in the heart. Well, now, what's the difference between good and evil and the truth and the lie? It's in the heart. That's where the discernment is, because the devil makes himself look the same as truth for an image constantly. It's that close to each other. It takes discernment to see the heart's works. The difference is within, not on the outside ever. Some things might be obvious that they're evil, and then that's just the truth. It's just obvious, but it doesn't change this truth that the discernment is the heart within. The thoughts and intentions of the heart are the works that prove good or evil, not the image ever, never. Never, at any time. It doesn't matter what the results are on the image. That's never the truth, ever. So if someone is judging based on the image from their heart, they are doing unrighteous, wicked judgment. Messiah says to judge with righteous judgment, not to cease judging. That would be the devil speaking, to just flat out say, don't judge. Then they'll take out of cherry pick, do not judge, and create doctrine and a system of the devil around that tiny little word that they pulled out of his word, thinking if you pull one word out, you just pulled all his word out. You can't separate it. But someone thinks they can. That's believing a lying image that they can, because it can't be done. It's one. It's like saying that they can rip a piece of the Father out and separate him. No, they can't. No one can do that. He's one. That's why we read he's one, because he's one. And that does mean that there is not another. There's not two. There's not three. There's not four. There's not 10. He's one. Elohim is one. Messiah taught this also. What his word always truly taught and does teach, that he's one and there is no other. There's none like him. None. That means none. If they go into the literal definition of the word, that would be true also. The lowest thing, the foundation. The natural thing from the bottom, building up. The literal definition of the word, you know. It doesn't mean 50 or 2. It means none. There is none like him. That should be enough for a believer, you know, and it does become enough when some truth and belief is given, a gift. It does become enough for those that believe, but there's many witnesses, and that's how he builds up the truth, because he's good. He gives many witnesses to build up the truth so we know it, so that we're not without knowledge, because what happens without knowledge? My people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. What do we read about knowledge also? That it puffs up, that it makes pride. Knowledge all by itself can just make pride, and he resists the proud. That means they're not of him. They're going to be resisted. He resists the proud. So a believer needs to learn how to not be prideful, because the Father is judging and seeing the difference of pride in the heart. Like the world says, God knows my heart. Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. Why did you say that is the question. That's what a believer can't lie. We can't lie to ourselves like this anymore. He gives us light to see if we're lying to ourselves, so that we can stop lying to ourselves, because that's going to cause blinding. It's going to cause judgment. It's going to cause destruction to lie to self. Can't lie to self in truth. That's death. So that's a hard thing, to start seeing ourselves and not lie to ourselves anymore, because that's all anyone ever did first, is lie to themselves about everything, all kinds of things. A lot of things could be named, could be anything, and it is anything and everything. If it's a lie to self, it's a sin, regardless of what it is. It's now needing enough light to not lie to ourselves and say such and such is true. As long as that lie is believed, there will be no truth given to that person. Well, it's true for believers too. As long as we're not seeing something and not acknowledging it, it has to be acknowledged for real. Then more can be given. Well, that's good news for a believer, because he's good and he will forgive those that truly repent and acknowledge the truth. That work has to be real, though. That work has to be sincere in the heart, though, because he does not bless sin, lies. He does not bless the image of it. Oh, I said the words, therefore I did it. No, that person will not receive anything now, because they did the image. They did the lie. They just said the words and tried to mock him. Lying like this is mocking him. Of course the enemy will say it never mocks. Of course it doesn't believe it does any sin. It's mockery in reality and in truth, to just spit out the words and say I do something that I don't. It's mockery. I don't know how many times I've done that. Probably not countable. Now we have to stop doing that. The believer has to stop doing this evil, thinking that we can mock him. That's why we read that he cannot be mocked. That's for our admonition, that he cannot be mocked, so that we don't mock him, because no mocking will be blessed. It will be cursed. How much do people mock him? Well, an unbelievable amount every day. It's a lot of mercy he has on sinners, which is the whole world. It's quite a bit of patience and long-suffering he has on evil that's being done every day in the heart. Murdering its neighbor. Deceiving its neighbor every day. Every day that it's around someone, it's deceiving them by putting on an image, by making itself look like something in a delusion, to believe a lie, to cover what's real inside. That's a lot of deception towards neighbor. It's a lot of mercy. Look at all the things that person has. Even became a millionaire. He sinned so much. So the devil will give someone what they want, and it's all working through the Father being in charge. Someone thinks that carnal things are blessings. If they were blessings, why did Messiah say to never seek them? Do not seek what the Gentiles, the sinners, spiritually, anyone that doesn't believe it's not about the flesh. Man just thinks it's about the flesh, thought it was about the flesh the whole time, and still does, that don't know him. They thought that Gentile is, dogs and sinners. Well, it is, and yet it isn't. Man, and what he thinks of those words, does wickedness with it, does the one side of the sword with it, the carnal, evil, the natural, the brute beast thing, his own understanding of it. It's from self. It is absolutely someone's self-understanding if it's evil. And if it's evil, it is someone's own understanding and not the Creator's thoughts and his understanding given. It is self's understanding if it's a lie and evil. Absolutely, without fail, at any time, no matter what it is. If it's a sin, it came from self, not from the Creator. If it's a lie, it didn't come from the Creator prophesying. It came from someone's deceitful heart of self. And when someone sins, it comes from self. And there is an enemy. And the whole point is accountability, and to learn these things and to take accountability and for what we do with our works and heart. That's why the enemy exists, so that testing can come, so that he can show so many different things. And this is one of them, accountability for what we do. We can't make an excuse because there's an enemy. The whole world's an enemy. There's enemies everywhere because people hate each other. So anyone that hates someone, that's an enemy of theirs, and they're an enemy of the other, back and forth. That's not an excuse. No one made someone pull the trigger. No one grabbed their hand and forced them, and they're saying, no, they did it. They wanted to do it. They're guilty of it. What proves it? Them doing it and pulling the trigger. Even this world won't look at. That's strong. Even the devil won't look at blame for some invisible person that made them do it. That's pretty strong. Even the devil doesn't look at that. What on earth does that say about this sin? Strong. When even the devil does something that looks like it's lining up with truth. And it's not. But there is something to see here. What the world does, even when the world does something, it's saying strongly about that specific thing, that it's a lie and evil. The court won't look at someone made me do it. Someone else literally made me do it. When the proof is that, if that proof is true, that someone did it themselves, or there's a video, they'll look at you like you're insane. Oh, there's some truth there. There's always truth there. There's always going to be partial truth there, that someone made me do it. It doesn't work with the Creator for an excuse. It doesn't work. Eve cannot blame the enemy for being deceived by him. Yeah, the enemy really did deceive. What's the proof? The devil's cursed. The serpent's judged. He did do it. He did that from his working of the heart. He did that to her. And yet he didn't force her. No one can do that. See, there's a connection. Someone will try to use that as an excuse to prove their innocence. It won't work. Not with the Creator, it won't. Someone might get away, it looks like they get away in court by lying, but they're not getting away in their soul. They got more coming to them if they got away, in quotation marks. They're going to be utterly trapped for what they did. They don't get away. They don't get away. No one gets away. If someone murdered someone, they're done. They're caught the moment they did it. It doesn't have to look like it right away, but they're done. They're caught. They didn't get away. How could there be forgiveness? Such hard tests come to prove someone's self-righteous wrath, that they're such a good person. They put out to the world, rich and famous, always looking good. Such a good person, seen as good by others, and one of their family members, someone kills them. Oh, the hard test came. He said it would come. Who are you really now? Because you put out such a strong image. Stronger judgment just might come back to see if that's true. It piled up how strong someone put it on. That's why Messiah says whatever we measure will be measured back. Careful what we measure with our heart. Careful what we're condemning. Can't be condemning anyone. That's the truth. Messiah condemns no man. That doesn't mean he condemns a man. Where is that scripture? Find it. Not even the letters are there that he condemns someone, let alone doing that with his heart. Now we have to be like him and not condemn anyone. But this is how he shows his judgments with a sinful world. So many different things, every detail and everything in between, big and small and everything in between. He knows how to judge it. He's able to preserve and reserve someone for judgment. He's able to put someone in prison, in chains, and judge them, and they shall not escape. How shall you escape the judgment, the condemnation of hell, Gehenna, Messiah said to the snakes? Because they thought they were escaping, and Messiah knew that. That's why he said he could see that they think this lie, that they're escaping judgment. They literally think they're escaping it. No, they're not. Oh, no, they're not. No one's escaping it. But the image makes it look like it's got no judgment on it. It always needs to clean up its outside act and judgment that's actually happening. See, a man needs to hide the Father's judgment the best he can, because that's all he does is worship his own image, himself as God. That's the proof that he believes he's God Almighty. It's the proof. The works are going to reveal it in all that ever did that someday perfectly and utterly, that they did their whole life works that believed that they were Elohim Almighty. The works prove it. But no, those words are, ooh, I hate that. Why? Because they're true words. That's what someone hates the most and has ran from the most. That they believe they're God. They hate when they hear that, because that's what they do the most. That's what they've done all their life the most. Everyone. They're a God in their own mind and heart. The devil said, you shall be as God, as Elohim. You shall be like Elohim. It's a lie. It's all through pride. It's as if it's Elohim itself doing the works of pride, as if it's the creator with no one above it. All these works and sins prove that someone is Elohim in their heart. If it's a sin, there it is. What about for a believer now? Well, the enemy once again does not believe in a way. Does not believe in forgiveness, because there's a lot of sin to get out of a believer. There's still works that someone does that prove that it thinks it's God that needs to die more, because we're not at the end yet. We're not perfected yet. It doesn't believe in forgiveness and grace. It's true for a believer too, and the enemy can't hear this. Yeah, it does prove that believers think they're God also with their works. Yeah, it does prove that. And yet they're being forgiven for those that believe in him and seek his way and wait on him to do all things in us and seek those things from him with the heart, to do his works and to overcome the wicked sin. That does mean that we're not overcoming all sin instantly. No one can even handle that. The enemy's so stupid. It's foolish what it does. No one can even handle such a thing. It's like a 1,000.0. It's like a 1,000,000.0 earthquake. It's going to destroy someone instantly. That's what it wants. That's what it believes. It's why it says that, because it wants to destroy you. It's why it said it, because it hates you. Because someone hates you. Because they hate others. They want to destroy you. That's why they condemn and put the weight of an impossibility of the world on someone. Because they want you destroyed in their religion just like they are destroyed. They're already destroyed and being destroyed. They want others destroyed utterly. They proved it right there. They proved it with those works. When it condemns someone like that and puts a 1,000,000.0 burden on them, that weight of the whole world crushing a tiny little man. It puts all condemnation and burden and wicked heavy yoke and burden on someone. Proves that they violently hate that person. They just proved it. They proved who and what they are in that moment. Slipped a little bit. Didn't cover themselves good there. Father just leaks out what someone is. They pour out their folly for anyone who can see. They can't hide their sins and who and what they are of the serpent. Serpents, brood of vipers, devil, snakes, and hypocrites, the religion. That's what Messiah said they are, because they are. Because that's what a man is. He needs to know that. Believers know what they are more and more every day. The worse it gets, the better it gets. What's worse? Seeing self for how nasty and evil it is. That's getting worse in a way. We're getting worse and worse. And because of that, someone's getting better and better and doing the Creator's works more. Because the more that is acknowledged, the more that's believed, the more that we seek him and acknowledge our sins, the more that we overcome it. The exact opposite of what everyone runs from, the whole world, since the beginning. They think hiding it fixes the problem. They think not acknowledging it is righteousness, and hiding it is righteousness, because where is it? It's wiped away. It's forgiven. It's gone. That means I don't sin. Oh no, that means you're going to sin more. That means someone's going to sin more. More and more and more. That means they're going to die more and more and more anyways, because that's the judgment on Adam. Dying you shall die. Who believes it now? Who fears that word now? Dying you shall die. That's Adam's judgment. There's no life. Where is life? you're dying. And the natural dying is teaching the spiritual every day since the beginning. Why is man dying? Because he's a sinner, because he's wicked. Is there a way? There is a way. And now that's going to be confused for anyone that's not seeking him with a believer still dying, literally, because that's not the true death. Never was. And the life, living literally, is never the true life. It was never the life or death. That's just teaching the true life and death. That Adam's dying, his condition spiritually. Dying, you shall die. There's no life. If someone fears that word and believes it, then they would seek the Creator and fear it and believe it and receive from him, seek from him the truth. That fear would cause to do more good, more belief. That's what this good fear does. It works for itself for good. Well, it sounds selfish, therefore it must be. And it's the opposite of selfish. It's utter denial of self. It's perfectly humble to fear him and want his life, the good life that is not of ourself. It's not selfish to want more of this life. It's commanded to want more of this life for his people. Ask for the Spirit so that more can be given. Messiah teaches to ask for the Spirit so more can be given. How could this be? Isn't someone just a believer and they're done now? They're saved. They received his Spirit. It's over. They could sin as much as they want. It just causes a little bit of judgment in this life. They'll still go to heaven. Wow, what a great deception. An image of the truth standing right next to the truth to replace it. Only a wicked man teaches that. And wants someone's death and destruction that teaches that they'll be saved anyways by just sinning all they want. It just affects them a little bit right now. No big deal. That's how they make it sound like. No, anyone that continues in willful sin is not saved and is not being saved. They're in death and they're dying. You shall die, like Adam dying. They're spiritually dying within, and it's getting worse. That's Adam and Eve's judgment. Right from the beginning. This is what the end is. So if we're dying anyways, might as well be dying in Messiah, the right way, the only good way, the better way. Does better imply that the other way is good? No. Not in truth, it doesn't. It doesn't. And yet it sounds like it. So then someone can twist his word and use it to sell the lie and make it sound like that evil is good and good is evil because it sounds like it, and use his word deceitfully like we read that they will do. Father hates that work of using his word deceitfully. That's what false prophets can only do. That's why they're called false, because they never hear from him. They speak their own delusion in their own heart, their own works. That's what they believe. That's the God they created. They believe in hell. They believe in all these false things, that grace is a license to sin in their heart, and they teach it. That's their doctrine. It's their own. It's not coming from the Creator. It's man's work. It's its own doctrine that it cannot believe. It's in a delusion in itself. It cannot believe it. It can't believe its own soul is being judged by the Almighty. It can't believe it. It's something to fear. Something to fear. The more fear someone has, the good fear, not the cowardly fear, because love casts out fear. Fear has torment. The fear being spoken of there is the Adam and Eve cowardly carnal fear of self, from self, of the devil fear. The devil's a fearful coward, and everybody that's is becoming more like him. That's a son of the devil. We don't read son of the devil for no reason. That does mean son. It's something like being a son, becoming more and more like its father, while it believes it's not its father. Surprise, that would be like the whole world that says that, doesn't it? I'm never going to be like mom and dad. It's exactly what they become, and maybe even worse. And yet the Creator doesn't see someone as worse or better. What a fine line between the truth constantly and the lie. What a narrow way with all truth, to walk right in the middle, that perfect spiritual good way that splits the difference. That's like as fine as a hair between bone and marrow. Between the soul that carnal Adam and spirit. The sword is dividing between the soul and spirit. That natural man, that soul that someone wants to save, his word is rightly dividing and separating that carnality in us from the spirit of the Father, his things, all good things. And the more a believer believes in him, the more set apart we become. The distance is getting greater with every individual truth and law in the heart, separating more. It's becoming a bigger gap. The bigger the gap someone becomes, the brighter of a light they are in this world. The brighter light they are, the more they will be hated, period, by this world. That's why Messiah says you will be hated. They hated me, they'll hate you. Tribulation me, tribulation you. And I, John, we read in Revelation, which is the revelation of Messiah in us and all things that we need to receive from him that false prophets don't have and don't know. Because saying the words and copying what a believer says has never been the truth. It's just like a kid copying the engineer. You ask the kid the right question and fear strikes them. And now they want to devour you because they've been spotted as a lying sinner and fraud. They're no engineer. They never were. They only put on the image of an engineer and copied the words. They have no clue how it works. With the very words they're saying, they don't know. Just like a kid doesn't know. Just pretends to know. It's the perfect picture of what's going on, is this kid picture. The engineer speaks of how it's working, and he can fix something when he knows how it works. He's speaking out of knowing how it's working. That's why he's speaking. The kid that sounds just like the engineer, just like him, copying every word, making himself as a messenger of engineer, exactly the same image, the best they can copy, doesn't speak out of knowing or knowledge of the Father at all and of truth, but just a blind copying of the words to make itself look like an engineer. That's it. That's who false prophets are. It's astonishing to me. More and more every day, it's astonishing to me that that's how shallow it is. That's how blind that is. It's how big the lie is. They speak just to make themselves look like whatever the image they're trying to look like and sell. Those that are of Messiah cannot be buying and selling. Only those of the devil with the mark can buy and sell. It's given authority for them to buy and sell. It's given to them to buy and sell as a punishment. All things are given, whether good or evil, for someone. Someone wants evil, it's given to them. Now it's only given to those that are marked. Cain is marked of the devil. The Father sees them, they're marked. That means a believer can start seeing what a mark looks like. Oh, he's marked. And we're not supposed to rise above them in pride. We're not supposed to hate them. Not supposed to murder them. Father sees those works, and whether it's self-righteousness working and thinking we're better in pride, which is a great sin. It's a great evil, and it's a delusion. Everyone is flesh. Everyone's created by the Creator. Everyone's Adam and Eve. No one's better than anyone, and no one's worse than anyone. But now these words can be used to justify all sin by saying no one is better or worse. Oh, I'm a sinner. I'm no worse than anyone. See, he said so. Oh, that's not why it was said. Zero. That's not why it was said, that thing that sounds just like the same words and are the same words. That's not why it was said. That's all the difference in the world, is the intention and working of the heart. That is the difference. That is the only difference. And does only mean that it's some small thing and, oh, just one thing? No, it means that it's one thing, it's huge, it's everything. That's it. That's the only difference. Your thoughts and intentions of the heart. That's it. That's all. See, it doesn't sound like it. It's a big deal. It doesn't matter what it sounds like. It's said out of the intention that it's huge and everything. That's why I say that's it. That's the only thing that matters. Not for what someone can sell. The lie for why it was said. How would someone know why something is said and what it means in the intention of it without light? Darkness is works of evil, and evil is works of darkness. How can someone see anything if they're in darkness? How can they see light, good and evil, what the difference is if they're blind? How can they see the thoughts and intentions of the heart and what someone's really working? How can they obey Messiah's words that a tree is known by its fruit if they're not a believer? It's not going to be given to them to know. They don't. Believers do receive and are having things that the world does not have. That's just the truth. Doesn't it sound prideful? Oh, you have something that no one else has, huh? That's not why it was said. Why that person that just said that right there, the reason and wicked intention that person said it, that's not why it was said. They can't see that. They can't do it. They can't. They only can see evil. That's it. They cannot see the good or a way for it. That only comes through actual belief and receiving from him a way to do good, a way to escape the evil by doing good. That's what escaping means. That word doesn't mean escaping and running from our problems. Sounds like it. Doesn't mean that at all. It's not why it was said, so that we can escape the temptation, run from it. No, it doesn't mean that. It means a good way is found to overcome, therefore escape the evil, the sin, the temptation, by making a way that's good and taking that way that is not available to unbelievers. Therefore, there is no way of escape from evil, from sin. Escape in the Father's truth is a way for doing good, a way made to do good in a world that doesn't allow it. He makes a way anyways for those that believe. That isn't there. It's not there. It has to be made right in front of us, the Red Sea splitting. It's not there. It takes faith to believe that a way will be made that we can't see yet for everything and all kinds of things in our life. All the time, things are going to come up that we need made done, that we need the crooked way made straight. It was already crooked. That's what we find out. You run into a wall and a mountain is there and a wall. Now it needs to be removed. That's what we have to believe, is that he can remove mountains with just a little bit of the real faith. He can do that. That's why Messiah teaches that. Someone goes, I heard this thing once. You know that scripture where Christ says you can move mountains with like a mustard seed of faith? That someone once believed actually saw mountains shake. Someone told me that to my face, sitting, talking with them from the church world. And I'm looking and I'm trying to discern, what on earth is going on. Because if someone's doing a sin or lying and speaking foolishness, they're judged. I could see the foolishness and the stupidity on the person for doing that. They have to think it's stupid in reality while they believe the lie at the same time. That's the condemnation. That's the judgment. That's how dumb it is, the lie. The lie is stupid. So now that stupidity is stuck on someone as a judgment. That means they say it out of mockery, right in the lukewarm middle, so that they can go to the left or to the right, depending on what pressure is on them. They can hide and run that way. They can say, oh, I was just joking, man. Or someone that's like believing it, like they're believing the lie, they can say, yeah, I'm in agreement with it, and go to the right. But if someone says that's stupid, no, can't you see it's just a joke because it was done with mockery? And then he goes to the left. He's God. He's never wrong. God man from birth, a God baby. Wah! 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 God baby. God baby. God baby here. I do God works. You can't tell the difference between my real cry and my fake cry. See, I'm going to cry now. Wah! Wah! That was real. Now here's the fake cry. Wah! Wah! You can't tell the difference. I'm God. I fake cry on purpose to get what I want. Wah! Wah! And now I real cry. Wah! Wah! Or is it always fake all the time? Wah! Wah! You can't tell the difference. I'm wise in my own eyes. God baby. I'm wise since my birth. I'm so wise. I even chose to be born. Wah! 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 See? Before I was born, I created the heavens and earth. Wah, wah. Where was I? Well, I am the creator. What do you mean where I was? Where was I? What kind of dumb question is that? Where was I? I am God, fool. Wah, 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 wah. I chose my eye color. I chose my skin color. I chose my height. I chose my weight. I chose everything. I'm God, baby. Wah, wah. And so then those that are born again from above, what do they choose? Only Judas chooses Messiah. Only Judases choose the Creator. What an astonishing truth to believe and see. Because the world doesn't believe it. They can hear these words. They can't believe it. It's just the truth. They're not going to believe it just because they hear it. If the whole world were to hear it, the Father's truth would stand. The world's not going to just repent and go against his truth and prophecy. If they heard these words, they would go in a delusion and not believe it and continue on in their way, in their own way, their way. That's why it was said, continue in their way, not the Creator's way. Their own way, which is the foolish way, which is the way of the devil, which is foolish, because evil has been made to be foolish because it's not the truth. It's a punishment because it's not the truth. Anything that's not the truth is a foolish lie and an image being created instantly in someone's heart and mind. Instantly. Which finally brings me to the fishermen. Messiah says to his people, I will teach you how to be fishers of men. What was Messiah then? Can someone that's not the reality of their own words do the works of those words? Of course not. If someone's not a fisherman themselves, how can they teach someone how to fish? But this will be foolish in the eyes of the darkness and blind, because they only think of literal fishing in their mind. That's it. They don't see the truth. They don't see what this means. They'll say, yeah, I can do that. I can prove you wrong. And grab some, like a literal rod or something with the truth and know it's true. See that it works and that it's proven and tested in the fire 7 times before it even came out. It's already refined. He's already perfect. He's already true. His word is proven. It's tested. It's tried and true. Nothing has ever proven his word wrong. That's just a delusional lie that someone believes, that his truth is proven wrong. No, what they're talking about in reality is some kind of lie that's proven wrong. They're talking about a lie, not the truth. They're talking about a false prophet's so-called truth that got proven wrong, not the Creator and his truth. The Creator's not stupid. He's the Creator of the heavens and earth. How much wisdom does that take to do, and everything in it? He's not going to be proven by the creation that he created wrong. Is that prideful? No, it's because that's just who he is. He's good. He is light. He will not be proven he's darkness. That's not who he is. It can't be. It's not so, and it cannot be. And if there's any implication that there's darkness in him, that's false doctrine, and that's evil, and it's teaching people how to sin. It's teaching people that sin is justified if they say he's darkness in the secret place from their heart. Their doctrine sounds one way, but it's designed to get a sin to enter someone's heart and believe actual sin to continue in it, and believe blasphemy so that someone can be judged by him, weakened, broken down in sin, and controlled. And then hopefully with intent from the wicked side, used for self-gain, like a piece of meat or something for someone's consumption. That's it. There's no love. There's no love in the devil. There's no care. There's no truth in the devil. And anybody of the devil, there's no truth in them. If this word is not in them, there's no light in them. And if they hate his law, there's no light in them, because his law is a lamp to his people's feet, to give light so that we see where we're going. So we don't trip and stumble like the world stumbles, like we did stumble all the time. It's only that's what someone ever only did until some light came. which is a gift, which is his good gift and mercy. Messiah chose his disciples because they were given to Messiah to choose them by the Father. That authority was given to Messiah to choose them. It's not his own. He said it's not. All things are given to Messiah. All things are given to me, he said. Sounds prideful, sounds mad wicked. But wicked is good in this world. That's why, bad dog, wicked dog. That's somebody's YouTube name. We're bad, we're wicked, but they think they're cool and good by saying we're wicked. They just pour out their folly for what they really are, right in front of everyone. Yeah, that's a bad dog right there, a beast, and a bad beast. It's a bad dog, mad dog. That's the stupidity that someone becomes, that the Father just hands them over to their own foolishness so that they're consumed in their own foolishness and shame. They just reveal openly who they are, with their name even. Is it about the literal name for some YouTube or something? No, it's not about that. It's just one way. It's just one thing that's happening. Not everyone's going to have that kind of name for that. That's obvious. They got something else. Oh, alarm going off. Can't shut it off. Back to fishermen. Bad dog, mad dog. There's two fishermen. There's fishers of men and there's fishers of men. There's good fishermen and there's bad fishermen. There's good tree and bad tree. There's good fish, there's bad fish. And Messiah is a good fisherman, a good shepherd of the sheep. How can someone be more than one of these things? Because in spirit they are one, and it's possible. And that's what needs to be given to see how it's possible and one. How can someone be a good fish and also a good shepherd of the sheep? Can't they only be one thing? Well, that's how the world works. See, those are the carnal positions of the world, in and of the world, positions of the kingdoms of this world, carnal things, priests, prophets, healer, demon caster, outer, exorcist, I guess that's what that's called. Engineer, this, that. Whatever someone's carnal position is. See, they have a worldly position authorized by the devil in and of the world, recognized by the world as a position. That's how you know they're false instantly. Because if it's recognized by this world as something, even though everyone hates each other, that doesn't prove anything. The world hates itself and each other and everyone. That's not the discernment. Is it recognized in and of this world, and are there many people that recognize that position, even if they hate it, and hate some pope or whatever? It doesn't matter. It's a position in and of the world authorized by the devil, and the delusional authorization that the devil thinks he has, because the delusion is given to the devil by the Creator to think he has power and that he's a god, because the devil is in the delusion himself. He is the delusion. He is the fear. He is the death. He is the coward. He is the weak thing, the nothing, only existing to be destroyed. And now this destruction is also not what carnal man thinks. It's not murdering others and cutting people's heads off. That's not fixing the problem anyways. That's becoming the problem. And it's way worse and deeper than that, because the person that does it is proven a hypocrite, and they will be judged for that murder, and they will be destroyed. They will destroy themselves. Who destroys who? Self destroys self. Man destroys himself by doing evil to others. Anyone that destroys flesh, another person, destroys their own flesh. That's what we read. Because it's one, because the Father created all. He destroys his own self by destroying his neighbor and doing evil and murder to him. He brings his own murder and death by murdering others and killing them. That's the judgment, because it's foolish and wicked, and that's how the Father shows it's foolish and wicked. A man must be destroyed if they're determined to destroy someone. What does destruction look like? Not what man thought. Not just literally dying all of a sudden. That's not the destruction that the Father speaks of in His Word and cares about, the spiritual destruction. And all of His Word is spirit. It is all spiritual things. Those are the real things and good things. Everything else is the lie and delusion and isn't real. It's only existing so it can be destroyed, to show what's real. It's one of its purposes to reveal and contrast what's real and true and good by the fake thing existing. So then someone destroys themselves. We destroy our own soul, ourself, by doing evil to others. That's something to remember, that needs to be remembered. Someone will find out it's a hard thing to remember that perfectly every day in belief. No one's going to remember it in unbelief. There's no chance of it. Doesn't even know what that is. It means nothing to someone. They just think they're doing that because they make sure they do the image of what they think that means. Thinking its own thoughts. Still believing that its thoughts are God. That's it, because it is God in its own mind. It is Elohim, as the devil said, Adam and Eve, all creation shall be. That's what everyone is first. Already deceived. Satan deceives the whole world. He deceived the whole world from the beginning. Adam and Eve are the whole world. They are the beginning. He deceived it. That's the end also. The whole world deceived perfectly in destruction. Good news, everyone. The end is the beginning, and the beginning is the end. Destruction. But there is further good news. That the creation will also be, what's the word? Not saved in that word, but yes, it will. That they will be released from the bondage of corruption by the sons of Elohim, the sons of liberty. That all creation eagerly waits for the revealing of the sons of Elohim in Romans 8, a popular chapter and book by the church world. Why is it so popular? Because it's what they hate the most right at the top. Because it's specifically, strongly speaking of the Father's sovereignty and power, His judgments, His plan of salvation. All in that chapter, there's a lot. And specifically, continuing into Romans 9, I believe, His sovereignty, His absolute sovereignty, that they don't believe at all. So that's what they make themselves look like they love the most, because they hate it the most in their heart for real, secretly, thinking it can't be seen that they hate it. They hate it with all their life and soul, that the Father's the creator and there is no one above Him, and that He's sovereign. What sovereign means is what man hates. The rebellion cannot love sovereignty, because that's the definition of rebellion, not believing in anything sovereign above it. That's the definition of rebellion. That is the heart of rebellion. It wouldn't be called rebellion. That is the rebellion. You speak the truth about that in those words in 8 and 9. And watch someone go insane and not be able to believe it. And I'm talking about people who claim to believe, let alone unbelievers. If it's that bad for believers, how bad is it for unbelievers? Well, so-called believers, because there's no way a true believer can hate the Father's truth. Whatever we don't know is what we still need to learn, and learn to love His truth, but we're not being given to hate His truth. The opposite's happening for His people, learning to love His truth, overcoming the hate of it by loving it, not by slaying the enemy and cutting its head off. And yet the head of the serpent is crushed. How? By doing good to the enemy. It was never by evil. Fight fire with fire. That was the wicked lie of the serpent. That's the works of the devil, to fight fire with fire. It proves that it's fire. Just like the other fire, it condemns. It's the same thing. It's all burning. It's all one. It's one Gehenna fire, the judgment of hell right now. Everyone's in hell that don't know the Father. They're in the judgment. They're in the fire burning. They sing about it. They talk about it. They pour out their folly that they're smoking. They don't even know what they're saying. They're just lining up with his word without even realizing it. Because if you would say the same words they said about themselves and saying about themselves, if a believer would say those words, they would rage. They wouldn't believe their own words that they say. You said it. You said it. You say it about yourself. Now you're going to have to come up with some lie and say it's some made-up thing you're doing. Yeah, right. They sing about themselves, about their adultery, about all their failed relationships. They sing about their perversion and their sin. And they worship themselves and they want others to be in the same sin. No, it's not helping anyone that listens to that and listens to those lying words and wicked sin that they speak of. No, it's not helping anyone. It's destroying them. That's why they're saying that it's helping them. They need a little bit of slap, slap, and wake up, oh sleeper. It's not helping them. It never helped anyone. It's only further destroying them. It's only further destroying them within. Saved my life? How? How does destruction save life? How does death save life? It's dead. It has nothing to do with life. How does darkness bring light? Life. What life are they talking about? Some kind of false life that isn't true life. Death can't bring forth life. Life gives life. Doesn't the creation know that naturally through all its lust and adultery? Should know something about that, you would think, and yet it doesn't. It's all they sing about. Number one is their sin and adultery and the destruction therein, and whatever details someone is pouring out, their folly. That's called being real. Yeah, right. They're not acknowledging their sins. They're doing the image of it. As long as they do that, they'll never repent. They'll never see truth. They'll never have what's good. They'll never have the real thing, as long as that lie is being done and they believe it. If they believe the lie of repentance, they'll never do true repentance. It's guarding them from it. It's why it's there in place, to believe that image, the image of repentance. As long as someone's doing the fake repentance, they'll never do what's real. They'll never have the real things. They'll just have to think it. And whatever someone lacks, now they have to pour out the image. Oh, and only a few things here and there, and that's someone's image that they have to go with for life, all the way to the grave. It doesn't even see all kinds of things. It's just a specific image, a couple things it cherry picks, and now that's truth to its own self, to itself. That's truth now, and they're stuck in that image. They never learn. It just gets worse and worse, hardened more and more, and more foolish in reality, while they believe they're getting wiser in their mind, literally thinking so. It just gets worse and worse. It's astonishing. So what is destruction and murder to someone? Saying that their lie is good. That's what it is. Saying it's okay, that it is saving people, that it is good for people, that you are repenting and it's real acknowledgement. That would be to further their destruction and murder them and want their death. And that's the proof. Like they show in the movies, as soon as someone kills someone, oh, I'm not a murderer, I didn't do it. Why do they show that all the time? Because that's who man is. And his buddy will comfort him because he wants him to die. He wants it. How does he prove he wants it? You're not a murderer. You're not a murderer. You're a good person. I know you. And there's a dead man right there below them, both. He murdered. He's a murderer. The works prove it. It's over. Goodbye. Someone says they're not a murderer after that, we can't have anything to do with that. What does light have to do with darkness? That person's in delusion. Repent. And if they don't repent, be set apart. Can't be one with evil, or else we'll get punished for being one with evil. Or else we'll go blind for being one with evil and committing fornication spiritually with evil. That's what will happen. Judgment must come for that. Father will judge his people, and he's no partial judge. He'll judge every work that someone does for real with their heart will be judged according to that work. So now we know the Father's blinding us. He's judging his people. We'll go blind. He'll allow us to go blind as a judgment for any kind of sin. We have to repent and learn it. That's the truth, and keep on going. No one was ever good or better than anyone else. The Father's proving that believers are sinners. What is the right thing Messiah taught? The one that beats its chest in the air, looks up at the sky in all pride as God-man and God-baby, and says, I'm glad I'm not like these rotten sinners. The evil that's in the heart that said those words is what matters. That's why the words were said. Out of that corrupt, I'm better than someone, pride, evil. Is that person going to be justified, or the one that says, I'm a rotten, miserable sinner, wicked, and doesn't even look up to heaven but looks down in sorrow? That person's justified. That person's righteous because it's the Father's righteousness covering him. He's not righteous of self. That is the point and truth that this world can't see. Nobody's righteous of self. They don't believe those words, that none are righteous, not even one. Out of what heart is those words being said in that scripture there? That no one is righteous, not even one. That's speaking of our own righteousness. No one is righteous, not even a believer. No, none. Zero. No one has righteousness of self. None are righteous. Speaking of self-righteousness, man's righteousness, no one's righteous. None. Zero. So how could someone be called righteous and that word still be true? Because then it's speaking of the Father's righteousness that is his covering. Messiah is righteous. A believer is righteous. And there is no unrighteousness in him because he believes in the Father's way and is being forgiven. Father knows that we're sinners and wicked and that we can't overcome all sin in one day. He's doing the true covering for those that believe. Does that mean he won't judge the sin we do? No. Does that mean we don't ever sin? No. Does that mean he will cease judgment? Not at all. And yet someone is called righteous because they believe. To him it's accounted righteousness. How easy it is to say these words and create a religion and say that they apply to it. Well, they better be careful that those words are true when they say that righteousness applies on them. And now, if they're speaking truth, the works will prove it. And if they're not, the works will prove it. Because faith produces the Father's works. Real faith produces the Father's works. Some 30, some 60, some 100-fold. Depends where someone's at. He doesn't condemn someone for being a smaller tree. How could it ever become a big tree if it wasn't small first? Condemn the whole tree then, does the carnal man. Condemns everyone for what it is itself. A sinner condemns others for what it does itself. You can hear someone at the store in anger, in pride, in confusion, in delusion. That's what the heart's doing in that moment. It speaks the delusion, not truth. All people always make excuses for what they do. What about you that said that out loud in the store, making yourself to be righteous by condemning everyone else around you? You didn't speak that in truth. You said it because that's what you do. And you're trying to hide it and trash others and condemn others. You hate everyone that does that. You have to. It's a punishment. Father doesn't allow someone to love sin for real in their heart, and yet they do. No one can love the one that lies to them. It's not possible, and yet they do. Why? How is this happening? Because they worship the image of the person and they don't actually love them. They can make it look like they love the liar, but they can't actually love them. In their heart, that person is a disease, just like everyone else to them. Secretly, in its own heart, that's what's happening, because the Father does not allow blessings to come through evil. So the man that opens his mouth in hypocrisy in the store, that has nothing to do with the Creator at all, and is angry that someone else is doing what he does. He's offended at what he sees, his own image back to him, saying, this is what you are, this is what you are, this is what you are. Many stumbling stones and offenses, they're inevitable, Messiah taught. But woe is the one who through them they fall and trip. Woe is the one anyways that is inevitable. There's many stumbling stones and offenses. But woe is the one through whom that they fall through whom, that person. Woe is him. Woe, woe, woe is the earth. Woe anyways, hard truth to accept and see that that's just how it has to be. A believer can't condemn anyone for not believing. how to speak of sin and not condemn someone. Well, Messiah did it. He's the example. But how will someone learn how to do that? Not by reading the Bible and reading a few words of his and then claiming to believe in those words. That's not how. The Spirit of truth has to teach someone's heart how to do this. The letters never did it. They're good words, and yet those words are not seen, and it's just vanity and void in someone's heart without the Father himself. He doesn't allow anything else to be some idol, the Bible, an idol that gives power to someone. He is the creator and power. He is his word. The word itself by itself is not anything. It has no power, just letters in a book, in pages and paper. That makes it sound like his word is worthless and evil. Yeah, that's what people make it to be, worthless and evil. That's how they use it to justify their sins and control people and get what they want. More self-gain, fame, attention. Alert, alert, alert. And someone's deceitful heart lusts to become famous like that other false prophet that he knows of or looks at and says, I want to be like that. In fact, I envy him. How do I show that I don't envy him? How do I cover this envy? He's my idol. I'll pretend to love him. I'm going to use him. Don't tell anyone this. Shh. Stay real quiet in the dark. Where all the creeping things and four-footed beasts that are awake in the night, lurking in the dark. Stay real quiet. I envy that person, actually. But I'm going to make it look like I love him to cover my envy and hide it. And then use him. Hopefully, that's my hope. I have hope and faith in all things. For my own self-gain. Steal some of his doctrine and word and picture and image. And apply it to myself and try to copy whatever's popular. I chose the popular one, not the unknown one. I don't want that. That guy's extra trash. He's not popular for a reason. He's extra trash, man. Copy whatever idol and image and try to duplicate it. It's like mutations, mutating and duplicating itself on top of itself. You know, like they show pictures, movies, whatever this is. That's the mutation that the world is. Duplicating itself, and it's sin. Adam goes and commits adultery and duplicates himself. Oops. And then he duplicates more sin. And duplicates the sin more and more. And this is the evil that people prove that they take for the Father's creation. This is what they think of it by doing the works of this. It's them. Oh, how dare you say this? That's so, oh, you're wicked. That's how you see it? That's how you see Adam duplicating? Just some perversion? And no, that's you, if that's what you do. That's the world. That's the world and what it does. It proves it every day. That's what it thinks of the Father's things and creation. It does perversion with it. That would be the whole world, not the Creator and his truth. Unbelievable. That's not what I think. That's all I would have known. That's the best I could have known. It's not what I believe. Someone accuses someone of what they actually do and are. That's how it's working all the time. Believers do have the knowledge of how sin is working. We have to. And just because it's said with words, that automatically means we do the sin. There it is. It's over. That's how the devil judges. He just accuses someone without any discernment. All the time. And if we're wrong, then we're wrong. And if we did evil, then we have to acknowledge and repent for that evil. And sometimes the devil's going to be right with its accusations. And there's nothing more frustrating than that, hardly. When the nasty devil is right about something we did, but it just blindly accused you, in the night. Doesn't know whether it's right or not. Doesn't know whether you did that or not in its heart. But then the Father says, hey, and those words wake you up, and it makes it look like they help you, and they didn't. They wanted to destroy you, and if you repent in front of their eyes, they'll go blind. They'll go blinder, because they didn't do that for that intention. They'll be judged when you're sorry. And if you did something evil to someone and slipped up and did some kind of evil and said something, whatever it was, and you repent, they won't be able to accept it. They'll go shocked. They'll go into shock. They'll freeze, frog eyes, and then evil will overtake them if they don't repent, and they'll hate you. Although it looked like just for a moment, for a second, that something good was happening with them, they'll turn back to evil quickly and be overtaken by the devil, without a doubt, unless they repent in that moment. It's going to overtake them again, and they'll have to believe you did great evil and cannot but believe in your own apology, because it was real, which revealed fake apology. And what was fake? The darkness, the light, real repentance, light, good works, good heart, good work from the Father, reveals the fake thing in someone else. That it's fake, that it's a lie, that light is possible, that good is possible. It also reveals it's possible, because in someone's heart secretly they said it was never possible. They used that as an excuse all their life. That's why Messiah says when that word comes now, there's no excuse. It's an extra strong judgment when the truth is brought near to the enemy that doesn't believe. Something happened that didn't happen in the same way before. Messiah is speaking out of this judgment. It's not what it sounds like once again. It's not that someone never sinned, which is what it sounds like. And if they didn't hear my word, they would have no sin. He doesn't mean they haven't sinned. He's not talking about that now. But someone can twist those words and make it sound like he's saying that they literally never sinned or never have any sin. But now he spoke the word to them. The light came to them, and they didn't believe. They're extra judged now, strong judgment, because now they don't even have an excuse about it being possible to do good. It was right in front of them. Something different happened. So the Father had some mercy according to that judgment. If someone never saw a light, they're still being judged for all the sins they do, but they're not being judged according to seeing the light and rejecting it in their face in real life. When it rejects the light, extra darkness comes now because they saw it. They saw the proof. That's what Messiah is talking about. That's something to fear, but how can the enemy fear what it doesn't believe and know? It's for believers to fear. It's for the lights of the world to fear, because darkness won't fear it. They have to believe first. And really, his word is for believers in this way only now, because anyone who's unbeliever all their life will never, this word will do nothing for them. These words will do nothing. And words from anyone that speaks truth will do nothing. The Father's word will do nothing for them. That's the truth. And that's not sellable, is it? False prophet religion. You can't sell truth. You sell a lie. Anything that's sold is already a lie and has to be, because truth can't sell in this world. The Father protects his truth. He guards it. With all his heart, he guards it. He doesn't allow abomination to be mixed with the profane and unclean thing. He doesn't allow his things, rather, to be mixed with the abomination and profane thing, with the darkness, as if it is one with it. No, he separates it. He protects it. He guards his way, the tree of life. He guards the way to the tree of life. That means something. He's guarding and protecting it. He's watching. No one's allowed in for corruption to the tree of life. It's got to be made clean through him, which means that we're still sinner at belief, but it's made clean because of him forgiving and accepting through belief in him. That's what his grace is. It's a pretty good. It's a pretty good deal. It's pretty merciful, pretty loving. And the world doesn't see love. It just sees perversion in it. And a license to sin. That's the truth. And someone's works need to be looked at, whether they believe that it's a license for sin, because they're not talking like that. They're not saying it. They're trying not to, covering themselves. They don't want to say that. It sounds bad. Sounding bad is sin. Believers have to sound bad. in a dark world that's 180 when speaking truth. It all sounds bad. It's a sacrificing of self. There's no gain in this world to speak the truth. How does the enemy not see that? How does the enemy not see the works that believers do, the proof that we're not selling anything, the proof that it can't be sold, only more hurt, only more destruction from the world, only thought of as some insane, wicked person? That's all that ever comes for a believer for speaking truth. Can't they see that? Can't they at least look at the works if they don't believe? And if they don't believe in Messiah, can't they at least look at his works and believe the works so that they believe in the Creator? Is that done? Is that even done? Messiah is saying to them, they weren't even doing that. They didn't even believe the works. They were so partial and blind to it. They didn't want to believe it. That's the truth. They saw the proof and they didn't want to believe it. So now they go into extra strong judgment, because now in their heart, they can't say that they never saw it and that it's impossible. They can't say it because it was right in front of them. See, before Messiah, the light of the world, came into the world and became a light in the world by doing the Father's works, who is light. Before they saw him, they had that excuse, even though there is no excuse that works with the Creator. But if someone can see how this is working, there's something that changed. Before they saw that, they had the excuse in their heart secretly to say, there's no one that does good, not even one. Of course, they say this out of evil. They don't believe it themselves because they believe they're righteous of themselves. What do you mean you believe no one is good? You believe you're good, liar. So they believe no one is good, not even one, that there is no possible way for good. See, this is the devil's version of that word. That's not the truth, but it's desperately deceitful, though. Easy to believe a lie. There is no possibility to do good. No one does good, because all they ever see in reality is murder and all the sins. This is apart and separate from acknowledging that. But all someone's really seeing in unbelief is murder and evil done to them, and sorcery and all the sin. So their heart says to its own soul and self, no one is good. There is no possibility. There is no way. There's not a single person that believes. Not even one. So when there does come a person that believes, which cannot fake its works, because light can't fake, darkness can't fake light. It's either light or it's not. When it sees a light, it saw proof. And now if it doesn't believe in that light, it's going into deep darkness that it already was in, but even deeper. So Messiah says, walk with the light while it's with you. Believe in the light when it's with you, lest you fall back into darkness when it goes away, because it's going away. It can't be one with darkness. It's not going to be one with darkness. It's not even going to be near it for very long. It just can't be so. It just can't be so. The darkness will hate the light, and the light will hate the darkness, and whatever nearness there was is going to go away also. So believe in the light while it's near is what Messiah has taught and said. Now light has to separate from darkness without murder and hate and condemnation, and darkness has to separate from light with all hate and condemnation and murderous heart. That's the difference. There's a way for both. Of course, man knows one way, he doesn't know the other. There is a way to be set apart without evil, and the enemy won't believe it. Anyone that's secretly teaching that the enemy could understand this or believe it is already a liar and just speaking hypocrisy and lies. It cannot be understood or believed by the enemy. No, Messiah says, you're out like sheep for the slaughter. I send you amongst wolves. Wolves don't believe in sheep. They just want to tear them up. They won't love you. If it looks like it for a while, well, there's more than one reason that could be so. Until the devil and snakes realize what's going on, that unrighteousness is near them, and then they murder you, just a matter of time. Or we're doing some kind of sin, and that's why it looks like we're buddies for a little while, because we're sinning. When we figure out we're sinning and repent, then we're doing good now, and the Father will bless that, and then the enemy will hate that, and there will be separation. So light can look like it's one with darkness for a little while if we're in some kind of sin or just passing by, one of the two. So we have to make sure it's not because of sin, because that can't be so. It's going to be punished. That's going to be judged. Do not touch the unclean thing, and I will receive you. If we touch the unclean thing and do what those words mean in our heart with some darkness, we're gonna be judged for it. It's gonna be a judgment for it. It's gonna be death creeping in, taking away of life for a believer, which will be like death. Be some kind of punishment, however he determines it, until we put away the unclean thing and not touch it. It never meant not touch a dead carcass. If someone believes that and gets someone to believe that, they will never have the truth. They will teach someone how to remain in sin. No, it's not fair. No, it's not. Yes, it is. Slap, slap, slap. Yes, it is. The children don't take accountability. Those in Messiah have to take accountability for what we do, because it's real. It's a delusion to think the Father won't judge us for our works. That's what the enemy is trying to say constantly. They're trying to play ignorant. Play the victim always. It's why it's being done everywhere. It's why that's all anyone ever sees and talks about also. Oh, he's just playing the victim, and then they think they're wise. But why do they say that? Is it because they speak truth or because they speak the lie to say those right words? How can someone speak a lie while saying the right words? Well, that's easy. It's very possible. It's all that false prophets ever do. They speak a lot of right words, and they're speaking lies, because of what they think and believe and teach those words mean. They don't know what it truly means. They just speak the delusion of their heart, carnal understanding, which is always going to be some sin, because to be carnally minded is death. Sin causes death, not anything else. Sin causes death, so to be carnally minded is death. It's carnally minded is always sin. They're teaching sin. Carnally minded is death. Sin is death, and death is sin. The power of sin is the law we read. Giving someone laws out of a wicked heart to control them, command them out of this evil, pride, is death for them, extra strong. Giving man law makes him even worse, because it increases his self-righteousness. The more self-righteous someone is, the more they will sin, because they go blinder for being more self-righteous. It's who the Father is. It's a judgment. If someone does a more rank sin, they're blinder. They're blinder in that moment than a lesser sin. They're even blinder. That's the truth. That's why they did it. It takes to be blind. There's even a little protection in this, but the enemy won't see it. It won't see mercy in something that's evil at all, not anything, because it has no understanding. It sees evil and only evil. That's why we read not to see no evil, look for no evil. It doesn't mean to not being aware of evil and looking at it literally. It means to not search it in our heart. It means not to want to see it in others, in things, not to want to see it. That's what it means to not see evil. Stupid Hollywood. Fear no evil, see no evil, touch no, whatever it says. It thinks it's so wise, and people get goosebumps over something like that, and it's speaking delusion. What on earth does it mean by that? Tell me. I'd like them to tell me. What on earth does that mean? What do you mean by that? Give me every detail that you know of for why you said that. What does that mean to you? Speak no evil, hear no evil, see no evil. Please do tell. Why did you say that? What's the true intention for why you said those words in Hollywood? Why? And see that pause right there? That's what's going to happen most likely almost every time, because they're thinking of a lie. If there was truth in someone, at the very least they would speak in truth and not sit there and so hard try to come up with, okay, if I go this way, he'll go that way. If I go this way, he'll go that way. If I move the pawn here, he might move my rook over here. If I move my knight here, he might capture and captivate my king. He might take my queen. But I'll sacrifice my queen because I'm the sacrifice of the wicked, an abomination sacrifice we love. Sacrifice my queen to trick him, deceive him, because that's what all games are, deception. Whoever deceives someone better wins. Whoever has more power in pride and deception will win, because it's a beast thing. That beast thing, beast heart game. That's all it is pride. That's what they say. Be greedy. Be greedy. You gotta be greedy. If you still gotta be hungry still, man. Feed the beast. Make yourself hungry somehow so that you can devour the enemy, the competition. That's how businesses run. It's how games work. You know, sports, like millions of dollars for playing sports. I can't comprehend what that is. I can't comprehend it. Millions and millions of dollars. I can't comprehend. I don't understand it. How can someone still be poor and they make $80 million in 5 years? Guaranteed by the devil. And often that does happen because it's a contract, you know. The devil keeps his word. Bad seed. The seed is the word. It's bad seed. It only plants weeds. Lust and adultery plants weeds. It's what it's doing for the kingdom of the devil. Spiritually, the kingdoms of this world, it creates more weeds with its lust and spiritual fornication, speaking false words to its neighbor, giving them false word so that it makes them corrupt, and it teaches them how to corrupt others better. You know, practicing their lies and getting good at it, like we read in Revelation. Their sorceries and practicing their lies. They practice it. It's what practitioner, whatever the words are that they come up with, teachers and stuff, that they think what teacher means in this position and that position. Messiah said, don't call me teacher like this, or teachers like to call people that, because this is a working in the heart not to do that the whole world's already doing to those kinds of things and people, for those positions, not to do that same work. How could this be so when he is the true teacher? He's speaking out of that, don't do this evil thing, which has to be given to see what this is. I can't give it. No one else can just have it, boom, done. The Father has to give it to see what that work is, see how it's being done everywhere. Don't have to say teacher to be doing that, because the work is in the heart. The belief is in the heart. Doing that is in the heart. The literal words don't have to be said to do it. Literal words don't have to be said to commit adultery. Literal words don't have to be said to murder someone and hate them. Literal words don't have to be said to condemn them. Now there's another problem with natural man and his law. That's why Messiah says it's in your law. It sounds like almost as if the word is like an enemy or foreign to him. It's because it's their understanding of the word and the Father's law. It's become their own thing. It's not Messiah's. He loves his word, but he gets it from the Father and knows the truth. The word has become the false prophet's own thing that they own in their own mind. It's their own understanding and filth of it. And now that thing becomes unclean because of what man does with his word. Now the word is unclean. And that's why it sounds like that, because he is saying that. Your law, reminding them it's your thing, your law, it's what you think of it. Reminding them that they claim to believe, and they claim to believe that they are believers. Reminding them, your law, your word, don't you say you believe? You know, it's also a reminder. In their law, it says such and such, because it become their own thing. The 66 books have become the beast. Man takes the book and it becomes 666. The natural man who is created on day 6 and is carnal, and his thoughts are not the Father's thoughts, has taken his word that's been given and applies doctrine and understanding that are all its own heart and thoughts. it puts its heart onto its word, onto the Father's word. It's not the Father's things, it's the golden calf that they created, and they say it's that thing. You can't do that. Don't psychos do that? Well, I wonder what everyone is. That's what a fool is. That's insanity. And to blame all of sins onto some golden calf beast that man creates and say this is God, because secretly they want you to worship them. And this is not just empty words, this is proven. If it's true, it can be proven. For anyone that has sight to see, these works can be seen. No one can fake wanting worship. They either want worship from people or they don't. That can't be faked. And what the false prophets talk about all the time is just a lousy, worthless image. There is no proof in the delusion. There is nothing to prove or disprove. Just the image automatically proves something because of what it looks like and sounds like. They're not talking about real things. Therefore, none of that's spoken of. They're just talking about the image, and someone becomes a slave to their own soul in sin and to the image that they are themselves, which could be a little different than someone else's image. Now they have to sell that image out in the world and can't be a different image. Even a slavery to its own image that it must sell continually. Oh, it became an image of religion, and I'm in this kind of image. I look a certain way. I talk a certain way. I'm not like louder or a clown, and now you have to serve that image. If someone sees you break your image, they're going to trash you instantly. There's not allowed in the devil's kingdoms. They'll make fun of you for breaking your image. Of course, all this needs to die in a believer. All of it, the whole thing needs to die and crumble. What image? We do whatever we want. Oh, pride, pride. That's what the Father commands, to do whatever we want in his things, which is submission to him and not doing whatever we want. Eat from all the trees of good all around, however much you want. That's freedom, to do as much good as you want. Free to do good. A slave to do good. The law of liberty. A slave to righteousness or a slave to sin and lawlessness. One of the two. But the law of liberty is not some carnal commanding and slavery and what man would think, and does with his own heart with those words. That look at the world, that's what it thinks of law and slavery. That's what it does. You can't see what the good is on this. Never sought after it for a single day, and it knows it. If it was told to it, it would know that it never sought after it and go guilty. It would go quiet and blind and turn away, walking out, and gone. Poof, the word is gone. They can't handle that torment. The Lamb torments them day and night. They can't handle the truth. But there is a difference when truth is being spoken to someone versus when it's not. In the world, it's only darkness. Darkness doesn't torment in the same way like this darkness. Only light torments this darkness when that word applies. They are tormented in the presence of the Lamb through his people, whoever they are in this world. There's a specific torment that happens when someone hears truth versus darkness that speaks the lie. A false prophet can't torment someone like light can darkness, because darkness doesn't torment the darkness the same way. Yeah, you could do evil torment within darkness, does evil torment within it, does evil to each other. That's not what this is. That's not the torment that we read in Revelation of. Tormented by it. And light is tormented by the darkness in its own way, the opposite thing, which is a good thing to be tormented by Sodom and Egypt, but it's a hard thing to be tormented by it. Because the more someone agrees with the Father and his things, the more they become in his image, the proper way, the true way, the more they're tormented by evil, because it's evil, because they hate it, because it torments the soul. Torments the Father every day, the evil. He hates it. Now the evil thing is to be tormented by light, but the only thing that's good. How evil is it to be tormented by good? What does that say? What does that prove? If someone's truly tormented by truth and good, what does that say for the darkness, for what it is? Isn't that pretty evil to be tormented by good? The devil's tormented. Go away. I know who you are, you son of Elohim. But son of something else there. Son of a bitch. That's what it is. That's what was on my mind. So what? Don't say the word? That means I didn't say it? That's how this world works. The feathers are ruffled. How can't someone see that there is a way for good? And yet, we can't condemn anyone for not seeing it. It's still a question, though, and there's still a marveling at the blindness, even in self without partiality. Can't believe how blind self was and is on whatever is still to be seen. Blind. But Messiah heals the blinding, and that's the way continually to be healed. The more we see, the more tormenting it is. The more knowledge given from above, the more tormenting and pain also, which needs to be bared, which makes us stronger, like the world says, but it's not talking about truth now. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Well, yeah, the Father's making his people strong by all the torment, by the pressure, by the testing, which increases, grows the faith, makes it stronger. The very thing that makes it stronger, what we now wish it away, we wish the Father away then. Evil people do to us, wish it all away and say this is insane, this is evil. Well, that's to go into darkness and all sin and wish the Father away, because that's his way. Here it comes, it's coming, come, it says in his word, come, and it comes, it obeys, whether for good or evil. Everyone's obeying the Father's word, whether for good or evil. Come. And the nations come to destroy another nation, and the horses march or run, and the soldiers march, and it comes. Come tribulation, and it comes. Come war, and it comes. Judgment is executed, time for judgment among the nations, and it comes. And then the world leaders give all the delusional reasons for why everything's happening. They can't tell the actual truth at any time, why it's happening. Just a pile of nonsense and confusion given to the people to try to hide all their rank sin. Frog sin, slimy frogs and lizards in the heart. Try to hide all the sin that it was required to get into their position, like they show and pour out in Hollywood through the movies, through all of it. They pour out what they are. What they say in the secret place is what someone really does in this world. Come on, connect the images at least. See what the image is really meaning instead of worshiping the image. That's what politicians think of people. They don't care about the people. How can't people see? Can't they discern it? Look at them. See their heart? See it? See how much it hates everyone? Look at the lies it's telling. That's how much it hates everyone for its own self-gain. Look at the oppression that it causes, that it supports, that it does from its heart. It's not that it's one man's fault. That's not what I'm saying. And yet it is every man's fault. The sum of all the creation, everyone is accountable and responsible. They don't do good, they do evil. So people put in corrupt, evil people, but all these positions are corrupt. There's no way for a believer to do that. There's no way for that. It's not possible. Because they're constantly doing the sin that Messiah says not to. How do you do that position? Constantly doing the sin that Messiah teaches us not to do, that sin. constantly lusting for worldly things and wanting more. So what do people think they're doing and lusting for? They want more. They're not satisfied or content. The earth is not satisfied. It rained and the desert sucked it all up like it didn't even happen. It needs more. It's never enough. You want a flood, it's coming. So the Father sends Noah's flood to someone. Is that enough? Now you complain when the flood comes. That's man, that's his contradiction constantly. It's his condition, a contradiction in his soul, in his spirit in prison. Messiah comes to set the captives free from sin and the worshiping of the image and the necessity of it, the desperation for it. He destroys, utterly dash the image, the idols, the gods into pieces. No, stop it, people. What are you doing? You're killing people. You're dashing their images and you're sticking a sword in their gut. That's not what it ever meant. Destroy the images and the idols and gods inside of self's temple. Dash them to pieces into fine dust. Walk on the wicked, let them be burned up and walk on their ashes. So someone goes and burns someone on a stake. And they just did the work of the devil manifested in the flesh. That's not what it ever meant. And his word is only seen as evil by those that are evil and only see evil. They only see evil, hear evil, speak evil. That's why the world says, hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil, and it thinks it's righteous and good and magnificent and a shining light. The light that it calls light is darkness. It's in a pit. It calls evil light. Then how great their darkness must be if they call that dark light. If that light is darkness, if that light in them is darkness, how great that darkness. Yeah, Satan shines too as a messenger of light. The masquerade, not true light. The image of light. The image isn't real. It just looks like light. It's a picture. It's a projector of light. It's not light. It's a projection of it. It's what people think it is. And they worship that image of light and want to be like a god, a star, and lights in the world. They call them lights in the world. The bigger the sinner, the bigger the light they are. The more they help people and their communities and things like this, the more they're recognized, the more they're loved by the world, the more sin they're in. And they might just suicide any day. You never know. They're in so much destruction. Happens all the time. And they might not. And their judgment's even worse than someone that takes their own life. Better that they be dead. They're in such heavy destruction. And rest a little time now. And rest all that pain and misery and destruction. Someone can say that that was actually mercy, that they're just finally gone now. Does that mean we should go and kill someone and say, hey, we're just cleaning up the trash, like the world teaches to do? It teaches that serial killers are, this is good. Worship the one that does evil. Hope for the one that does evil. Clean out the trash. It's the exact opposite of what this is meaning. That's incredibly evil. It's violently evil. 7 times more evil to murder the murderer. 7-fold is the judgment on Cain that murders Cain. That's how much the Father hates it. How else would he show it? Through judgment. His judgment is him, so he hates it 7 times more. Because the judgment's 7-fold. I can't imagine how much destruction someone is that kills the killer. I can't comprehend it. But we can get knowledge from the Father to know what this is, so we don't do it. We don't have to do it to find out. Stupid devil. You got to do it. You got to find out what the sin is, the knowledge of it. Yeah, that's just an excuse to sin and do what you want to do in your heart. Just an excuse to commit adultery and murder and steal and rob and do evil. It becomes an excuse itself to do it, is to find out that knowledge. It makes you wise. No, it doesn't. That's just an excuse, Adam. It's just an excuse to do what you want to lust to do, and you want to do the evil, Adam. That's the point. You can't blame the devil now. You want to do it. And Eve wants to do it. Whole creation wants it, loves it, likes it, doesn't want to acknowledge it, so it covers it up. Now it's going to walk around prideful with its chin in the air. No one can see me. It's incredible what someone thinks that can't be seen. Someone, some harlot walking down the street thinks no one can see her. It's all covered up. And then people will condemn her. Like the religion that wants to stone her to death, wants to kill her, destroy her. They're so offended and so much better than her. What a fine line between the truth and error, the difference between good and evil and the creator and the devil. That's the fine line. Slip into one or the other. And it's not done on accident. Evil is done with intent. It's premeditated, it's plotted, it's thought about. It's done with intent. It's done with the lustful mind going literally blind in the devil, saying, go, go, go. And man says, I will, I am, I will. I want to, I will, I am. Yes, authority of the beast is working in its own way. The power of that darkness is working in its own way, given to it. And yet it's not real. And yet the Father is the only power. There is no power besides him. So now it takes faith to believe that he's stronger than he who is in and of the world. It takes real faith to believe he can conquer these things in us. Because it doesn't look like it. So then faith is not seeing, it's believing of things to come that we hope for and believe. And then they do come for believing them. And then more things need to be seen or hoped in and believed that will be done that we don't see how. And then it comes for believing it in due time. That's what faith is. It's not just some dead word that religion in this world speaks of. It's real, and it speaks of the image of faith. When it talks about faith like some kind of dead thing, it's speaking about its delusional image of faith and what man thinks and what religion thinks and what Pharisees thinks faith is. Because faith isn't fake. It's real. So when it sounds fake, that's because they're speaking their fake thing. That's what they think of faith, is some dead word, blind faith, they call it. That's what man thinks of faith, blind faith, some stupid thing, because that's his it's man's understanding of it. Then he tries to condemn others and say, you're stupid. That's your understanding. You're condemning yourself. Wake up. It's condemning itself. Alert, alert. It just condemned itself and said, I am an idiot. I am a fool. I'm stupid. That's what you think of it. You just called your own belief and doctrine stupid. Why you said it, because that's what you believe. You can't call someone else stupid now and condemn them for what you are and believe. It's your doctrine. You called yourself stupid and condemned yourself. That would be man. That would be Adam. That's why there's no hope for Adam. He needs to die. Lay down his life. It's over. He doesn't do any good. Let it go. It's afraid to let it go, though, and it becomes more afraid every year that goes by because more sin is built up. More sin is on the body. It's more impossible to let go now than it ever was before. That's what's going to happen if someone doesn't ever believe. It's going to be even more impossible next year to believe, not better. It's going to look worse from its own heart. It's going to look worse, more impossible from its own self, within itself. It will be more impossible 5 years later than it ever was before. So that's why we read the time is now. Do not delay. Don't play games with the Creator. Now is the only time. There is no such thing as tomorrow. That tomorrow will become 10 days and the 10 will become 30 and someone will be at 1 million days at the end of their life. It's going backwards. The further it goes, the more impossible it is while it thinks it's going to be tomorrow. It's a delusion. The Father doesn't allow that. He punishes it. He'll make sure it goes backwards in someone that does that work. We can't do that work. Better not be doing that work. Learn not to do that work. That's the way. Believers have to forgive like the Father is forgiving also. Other believers for not being what they need to be, for seeing some kind of sin and wanting to see good and not evil. and not doing that old wicked Adam work of condemning someone with no intent for their good, for truth, for knowledge, for help, for wanting to see good. It just condemns people and does evil. That's why it points the finger and says what it says, the world, because it wants destruction. It wants to condemn. It has no intention for good. It's not concerned about your life. Oh no, he's in sin. That's not who the devil is. It's the exact opposite. It wants your destruction. It's offended at its own destruction that it sees through seeing others. It just saw itself, because no one's different than anyone else. So it saw its image of its own soul and doesn't want to be reminded of all that sin. So it condemns what it is and what it hates, and what destroys it, it must hate. And yet it doesn't hate it because it doesn't want to repent. It loves the sin and wants to keep going and doing what it hates, supposedly. And it does hate it. And yet it doesn't hate it the true way at all. Zero. It's a condemnation, hatred, and confusion and contradiction. It's punishment. This kind of hate. Making it look like someone loves something, but they hate it. They hate themselves and they hate everyone else, because that sin they do is destroying them. The Father doesn't allow them to actually love that. They have to hate it. They have to hate themselves. And this is not the good hate. This is not the hate that Messiah teaches to hate. Mother, brother, father, relatives, and even your own life. And if we don't hate all these things in our own self, we have nothing to do with him. That's not the hate that the wicked hate. The devil can sell that hatred as righteous hatred and good hatred, and make itself out to be a believer and a messenger of light. Because it doesn't see the good, it just sees the evil and makes it look like it's the good, because it looks like it for an image. It doesn't have the righteous hatred that the Father gives, that the Father hates with his hatred and on evil. It hates out of evil, not out of good. You can't see the difference between these two things. It will sell that it's good, the hatred it has for sin. It doesn't hate sin. The devil doesn't actually hate sin. The hate that someone hates is the delusion, the punishment, the contradiction, the destruction someone's in. They have to hate it in this way because the Father won't bless that. That's the hate. It's sold as good hate, hating evil. That's how the devil works in all things. He sells that what he is as something he's not all the time. That's it. That's all he can do. That's all he's ever done. That's what people do and all that they've ever done. You know, they are one, like Father, like Son. And so also those becoming of the Heavenly Father, like Son, growing into his image and not the image of the beast, the devil, the beast that was created in Genesis, the craftiest beast of them all, the serpent. That old serpent, the devil. That's the image that it is. It is the delusion, the devil. It is the image of everything that's true, the copy for an image, and it worships the image, sells the image. It's all it is. It's all it can do. That's all it is. It's all the devil is. It can only do whatever it is. Father is light. Now a believer can only do light. That's what it needs to become. And that's going to need rightly divided again and again, his word. Because someone will take the words and say that we're saying something we're not, just that quickly. While they say you're a deceiver, they just did deception for falsely accusing you of something. They're the deceiver. They just told everyone else what you are thinking that you are not and not doing. Well, there it is. If someone's wrong in judgment, they are whatever they accused themselves. If they did evil in the heart, they are whatever they accused themselves. They're doing it right in real time and are that. That's how important it is to be right in judgment. Because if we're wrong, we're going to do sin. We're going to do evil. We're going to do evil to someone. better make sure it's right when it says that's what we say, or that's what someone else says that they're not saying. I don't believe that measuring out is in that person's mind that does that. What they measure will be measured back. What do they think is going to happen to them when they measure this false, wicked thing out? What's going to happen to them? What's going to be measured back is whatever they did. Someone shouldn't expect a watermelon to come out of a seed that grows a weed. So whatever someone sows is what they reap. They should know better, right? But the world's blind. It doesn't know. It has the knowledge of the tree of good and evil, which is to not know the difference of good and evil. It's a lie that the devil sold. On this tree, he says, come to this tree instead of the Father's tree of life. I'm God, serve me, which is to serve ourselves and worship self, because that's what the devil does. Self-righteousness and self-worship. In this way, in this tree, you will learn good and evil. If you sin and partake of the fruit, the works, if you do sin, which are the works, so if you eat the fruit, you sin, you will know good and evil. Come fill up with knowledge. I love you, I desire you, I lust for you. I love you, says the devil. Come, take of the fruit and sin. I mean, do good, it's good. It's good. I just messed up, I'm just joking. I didn't mean that. No, it's good. I didn't mean that. It's good, it's not sin. I need you to believe that it's not sin so that I can get you to sin. If you believe it's not sin, you will sin continually, and I will destroy you, which is my lust for you and my desire for you. I will sell this desire as the Father's desire, good desire. I will sell the image of desire. I will say the same exact word, and you're going to think of only the evil and not the good, because as long as you believe the image of desire, you will never know what true good desire is and never have it. I sell you good desire, says the devil. I'm good. This is desire. I desire Peter. I desire Bob. I desire Steve. With all my heart, I desire them. But in the fine print that you didn't read, you stupid fool, says the devil to those that he supposedly loves. You idiot. It was right in front of you, you moron. Why did you believe me, you wicked? You're an idiot for believing me, says the devil, condemning itself, because he is condemnation itself. It was right in front of you that I'm going to devour you. That was my desire. You're a fool for thinking it's good desire, he says. Now that I'm near, I'm going to devour you. I desired to devour you, but I couldn't tell you that. Otherwise, it wouldn't deceive you. Who wants to knowingly, openly go and be devoured? Who's going to believe me if I say I want to destroy your soul and desire you this way? No, I must sell the image of desire so that I can destroy you. Freaky. And every other thing like that, that's freaky. The serpent is freaky. It's got a big mouth. It never does good works. It's a snake. How can it do good? It's only got evil intent. Look at it. It's angry all the time. Out of evil. It's in wrath. All it's got on its mind is biting someone and killing them. And when it does that, it has to do more of it. It can't be satisfied with evil. Now it's got to kill more. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Multiply the good food. The Father can multiply. God multiplies. God is good. He is love. He multiplies. He teaches the multiplication of his miracle for food. The devil is going to multiply. He's going to do this good work for you. He's going to multiply your sin. That's the food. The food is the sin. And the one that eats it does sin from his heart. I will multiply the food, he says. I will do the miracle of multiplying it, the lying wonder. The devil's got miracles too, says Egypt, and the false prophets and witches and snakes and deceivers, magicians. We're going to make ourselves look like we're true. It's a trick in reality and truth. Oh, we could do that too, they say. What is that teaching? How close evil looks like to the truth, even the works, even the miracles. But it's a lie, it's a trick. That's why they're called magicians. Pharaoh's magicians. They're master deceivers. That's what they have a degree in from the devil. I see a bug crawling on the wall right now. A creeping thing. Get out of my house. What thou doest, burn it with fire. It's not the bug's fault. Wasn't joking. It's zooming in here or focusing here. There he is. How easy it must be for the Father to squash us. Let me get him off of me here. How easy it is to be deceived. So then it's good that someone doesn't believe they're wise. They should see themselves as a bug. And that would be good. That would be humble. A worm. I just captured him. So we'll let him outside at some point. The Father's going to capture everyone. And he's in the process of capturing everyone. But the wicked will be captured so that he can turn them into good. And it won't be of his self's works, just like it's not for believers right now. He needs to capture the beast, devour it, so the good can come. He needs to cut down the tree, the first tree, so that the good tree, the true, real tree, can grow. He has to cut us down. And who knows where someone is in their life, at what point, at what stage in his truth. You never know. Further along or not, but it's all the same way, same thing. He does this different judgment. If it's quicker, there was more wrath, more crazy destruction that happened quicker. And if it's like over 90 years, then it slowly builds up. And it's worse in its own way at the end than the other one that was destroyed sooner. He's able to do somehow all these different things and still be righteous in judgment. Why does someone get destroyed quicker than another? I'm not sure exactly why that person, why this exactly. And he has mercy on whom he has mercy. What does that mean? It means the opposite. It has to. It does. It means the opposite also. He does not have mercy on whom he does not have mercy. It's why it's being said. That's a hard truth. Who can hear it without seeing evil in him? Even though he does this by doing nothing, he does no evil, and a man gets exactly what he sows. He's a righteous judge to all those that don't believe, and they receive whatever they receive because of what they do. They're just due the penalty of error. Why do we read that word, blessed are the feet of those that have brought some kind of good news? Because it's rare. Because it's true. Because that's a blessing. It's rare. And now this evil world is growing fat in sin like unlike even any other time. It's gone completely insane on another level. And it cannot be content with what it's gained right now. It can't stop and pause and go, what on earth am I doing? Look at this. And say, wow, I definitely have enough. No, that's an abomination. It can't do that. What's the proof that it can't be content? It keeps seeking more, keeps doing more. It shows that it hates that in its heart. It hates being content. It can't be content. It lied to itself years ago that, when I get this, I'll have enough. Yeah, that was a lie that the devil sold that someone believed and did. Now they did it. Now the devil can't be blamed for real. It won't work. Someone has to acknowledge that they did that, but that's what people say to themselves, don't they? When I get this, I will be content, is what they're saying, right? It'll be enough. I'll be happy then. What happens when it comes? Someone goes in strong delusion. They can't believe the delusion they're in. They can't believe the judgment. They can't believe that they can't be content and lied. And now they're going to have to cover that they lied so that they're not seen as unrighteous, wicked. They have to sell a good image. Lying is not good, is it? That's wicked to the devil. A lying image is wicked. Not actual lies, it's lying to its own soul. It's wicked. That's a lie. But it covers its lie. Now it's righteous. Now it believes it doesn't lie because it sold an image that's truthful, that doesn't lie. It's like snakes crawling in someone's mind when they get what they think they want, wrongfully want. Snakes crawl in someone's mind when they get it. They go insane when they receive it. It's an abomination when they receive what they want in their heart, and yet they want more, and they want it while it's an abomination. It's what it has to be in reality, because it is an abomination. So that's what it has to be to someone. It's a punishment to get what we want. It's a punishment to keep getting more and more and more like this, seeking the worldly things like that. They won't be content. That person's not better or worse than anyone ever before him for 6,000 years, all of man. He's not better than anyone. It's insane to think that. I'll do what no one else ever does. I'll be content when I get more. No, they won't. They'll end up just like the one they supposedly hate. They'll become him perfectly. And maybe even worse, maybe even deeper in it. But they'll definitely become that thing that they said they would never become. Then someone can't believe it. Then they say, I don't have this because of to show off or anything. Why'd you tell me that out of the blue? Because you're guilty for buying that and having that to show off and sell your image and pride and all those reasons. That's why you got it for yourself. That's why you told me that you don't have it for this reason. I just like this. I just like this about it. Keep lying to yourself if you want destruction. How do you tell someone this? They'll go mad for telling the truth. They'll hate you instantly for telling the truth. For even questioning God, man. Are you sure you didn't get it for that? If you were to do that, if you just question someone, are you sure? They'll go angry because that's sin right there that they're doing, and they don't. That's what they'll hate the most, is whatever reveals sin, truth. Anything that questions God's authority, man's authority, because he's God. Because the devil said he's God, and so he is, so he becomes. I can't believe it myself. Hardly. I mean, it's so bad. I mean, I do believe it and see it, but it's unbelievable. It's astonishing. These things can be seen. The snakes crawling in the mind can be seen. The astonishment of someone's delusion can be seen at their own selves. They go so blind they can't even see their own astonishment of their delusion. They can't believe it. It quickly covers it up and hides it and says, no, this can't be cut. And it's gone. It's forgotten. It can't be thought on. And it piled up more sin. It piled up and covered more sin, and it keeps pushing forward now. It's going to pile up and cover more sin when it comes, and keep doing that. Yeah, I'll do something with it someday, and then that even fades away too. It becomes an abomination to even say that anymore after you lie to yourself for 10,000 times saying the same thing. You just give up saying it because you know you're a fraud and a liar, and yet still can't admit it. That's what happens within. Well, every believer is a liar and a fraud. That's exactly what we have to come out of. But now we can't judge another believer in that same that judgment, because the Father forgives a true believer, and he's the judge. So then to judge another believer like this is to judge the lawgiver, which is to judge the Creator, which is pretty foolish. No one's going to win that battle. Hailstones are going to come on someone's head. They're not going to win that battle. We're not going to win that battle judging the Almighty himself. So we can't judge believers like this with that wicked judgment, unforgiving, condemning. Well, we can't do that to anyone, but it's especially for believers. Now to go and do these things, it's like a miracle every day. Miracles have to happen, stuff that does not happen normally. And the normal things exist so that special things can be seen in miracles. It doesn't happen. So doing the works of the Creator is a miracle. It's not happening in this world. It's a miracle. It requires a miracle. The normal thing in this world is not doing any good and not doing the Creator's work. So then to do them is like a bright light that shines. It's a miracle. It stands out. Why? What is it with all the symbols in the world and the images, the literal images, not speaking of the spiritual images? It's all skulls and bones and death and spiders and owls and creatures of the night and beasts, four-footed things, creeping things, snakes, serpents. Why is it all these images plastered everywhere? Mascots are beasts and animals and birds and reptiles. Maybe because the Father's word is true about who and what man is and who he is. Which finally now I remember Messiah is a fisherman and he is a good deceiver. That was part of the thought and point of the title. Messiah is a deceiver. He's a good deceiver. And he's going to teach his people how to be good deceivers. Good at deceiving fish. I've never caught a fish that wasn't deceived. Speaking of fishing, which I used to do a lot of years back. And there was a time where it was like all the time fishing. And a couple years in a row, I think it was blew the tag for steelhead. Had to put some fish on my dad's tag or brother's tag because I filled mine up and didn't have any more room. It was catching so many fish. And then it started getting bad. And then it just hasn't happened for a long time. I haven't done that in a long time. But every fish that gets caught by man is deceived, isn't it? Messiah said, I will teach you how to be fishers of men. Can someone catch a fish without deceiving it? Because there's a reason why Messiah says fishers of men, There's something true about fishing in this truth. About his truth. And the fish is caught some way, somehow by man, by surprise and deceit. Gotcha. And it tries to get away. But man makes sure he doesn't get away, and he kills it. Man, what kind of world do we live in? What kind of reality is this? But now this is good. It's seen as good. Not the literal thing, but what it means. The Father will kill the old man in us and catch. Tries to get away, it tries to run. He won't let them get away. Nope, love never fails. He won't forsake anyone that truly believes. Love kills and steals and deceives and destroys. Oh no. It robs the old man, which is good. Kills the old man. It kills his sin, his fear, all the evil that he is, which is all good. But this is the greatest evil that there is to the enemy still. It's saving its soul. Now the Father needs to destroy it. Let him destroy it. Destroy your soul so you find life. That thing was a delusion, that old man. He needs to die. It only existed so that we can see who the Creator is and that you're the creation. I'm the creation and he's the Creator. It's why it exists. It needs to die. It's not real. And it's going to die someday in the whole entire world. Everything that's a delusion is going to be, even the image of it's going to be wiped out. Even the looking of it standing and looking like it's standing won't even stand. It's going to be utterly destroyed. And only truth remain like it was, and like it is and will be. The truth is the only thing that's real. But now man has created his own glory, replacing the Father's glory. As soon as it's of self, it's some kind of abomination and sin. Now man has had his own glory, four-footed beast glory, glory of things of the world, beastly things. So when the world says glory, it speaks of its own thoughts, its own works, its own understanding of that. And it quotes scripture all the time, I've noticed. Really nasty, really gross, real gross. It quotes and throws in some scripture with what it says all the time, fornicating with his word, fornicating with perverting and fornicating and mixing. It applies something in his words to the carnal, worthless thing they talk about in their kingdoms that has nothing to do with truth. Nothing at all. Doesn't work like that. Doesn't mean that. Nothing. And they think they're wise when they do it, stealing his word, stealing what is and always has been, as if it's its own thing. Well, guess what, world? The Father says, your thing is an abomination in his sight. And it's literally foolish while you believe it's wise. What do you think of that? The Father says to all people, echoing through the mountains, you're all fools in reality for doing this. You didn't get away with it, and you're going to find out someday. Believers are finding out now that they're fools and that their thoughts were worthless and futile. That our own works are trash, good for burning, dung. Yep, that's man's works. Trash. All his worth are like filthy rags. What's that going to clean? What good is that going to do? Just make it more dirty for trying to clean something with the filthy rag work. It's pretty bad. Let me clean this with the dirty rag. That reminds me of something I did years ago in high school, and a couple people thought it was so incredibly funny. Well, I see something new about this on why it's, whatever I thought for being funny, it was just stupid foolishness, but there's something to it. It's because that's what man is. It resonates with his own stupidity, and he laughs at himself. It's the truth. Just laugh at our own stupidity, our own reality that someone's hiding, but then you laugh at it. What a confusion, what a contradiction. What a self-condemning without even realizing condemning self. Because man's works are filthy rags. It said something, wrote it down on a paper, like clean it, like how do you do this? And it was like answer some things on a paper for, I don't know, what was it, small engines class. And I said clean it with a dirty rag was my answer. Clean it with the dirty rag is what I wrote down. And I think my brother and some other friend of his or whatever, friend of mine that whatever I thought of friend at the time has nothing to do with what friend really is in Messiah, but nevertheless, a friend thought it was so incredibly funny. It went on even way later, even like years later, which I haven't seen him in years, but it went on for a long time. That thing, that's all that someone thought of me. Is that's the dirty rags guy. It's pretty pathetic, man. It's sad. Like, this way after high school, few years, whatever it was, after high school, his friends invited over my parents' place, which is my brother's friend, and I knew him, but he was really my brother's friend, like they were closer, and opened the door, and like there he is, and like, hey, remember dirty rags, filthy, clean it with the filthy rag, ha ha ha. And like even the joke is like dying, it's like you could see it's like, oh, we're trying to make it funny. What a condition. Someone's just like a worthless thing. You just remember some worthless thing of someone, and that's what they become. That's what people do to each other all the time. Like, oh, that piece of crap. Remember, that's what he's remembered for. That one thing he did 10 years ago, that image. That's what that piece of dung is over there. And then, like, remind everyone, ha 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 ha. Make fun, and then the person hates it. Usually can't do anything about it, suppressed, restrained by the Almighty. Would like to kill them, but can't. Every now and then someone's unleashed, and they go and literally kill people, and the bullies and stuff that bully them. All that restraint was boom, unleashed, go. Ruff, 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 and it goes and destroys everyone, and it's proving that it did more sin that all its buddies ever did to it. It became more of an abomination in the Creator's sight than all of them. What a failure. What a shocking thing. What a blind thing. While it believes it's cleaning up the trash, like they always have to believe, don't they? They have to believe they're righteous, so what do they believe? They're cleaning up the trash. No good for nothings make the earth horrible anyways, right? Clean up the trash. Well, then everyone should just kill each other right now. That's everyone, because everyone's done evil and is trash then. So you deserve to die too, that says this, and everyone else deserves to die, and all deserve to just kill each other. I'm sure that's what the elite want to do and lust to do every day, trying to come up with ways to do it while hiding. These people hide in bigger holes than anyone else in all the earth. Who are they and where are they? Nobody knows. They always hide behind multiple layers and images because they do more sin. They got to hide more for that sin. They don't got some phone number or email you can call and here, come over, we'll speak face to face. Yeah, right. They'll send a messenger of a messenger of a messenger of a messenger, and then those messengers that don't even see the person show off. They think they're wise. Oh, you'll never see my evil face and smirking. That guy hates me. He just uses me to do evil. He utterly hates me, but I'm too blind to see that. I work for someone I don't even see, but I don't believe in God. That old God up there. I work for someone I don't see, but I don't believe in the Creator. And I believe in the one that I work for that I never see. Huh, strange. What a delusion. And then they'll take pride in, like, the hiding. Well, you'll never find him. Well, you'll die trying. And the other person says, yeah, right. And they got to prove they're strong. Through all fear working in them, they got to prove how strong they are, even maybe die in the military to prove how strong they are. It goes in such a delusion. Was that of the Creator? Absolutely not. It was of the devil, and a strong delusion to go and literally die for some war and evil that has nothing to do with the Creator. Zero. When they say the Creator has nothing to do with this, they're right, says the messenger of the devil that killed someone. What does God have to do? He has nothing to do with this. You're right. It's all you. It's all your works, man. Oh, man. He has nothing to do with your evil. Zero. That's why you're doing it, because his light is not in you. And the restraint is unleashed to see what you are. That's what happens to people. Do they really believe that he has nothing to do with it? A man's got to blame someone for what they do. Even something good and consistent and good is seen as evil, like the creation itself. Someone says the wind still blows, the sun still comes up like normal. After all this evil, after something really bad happened in life. Look at the wind, it doesn't care. Look at the sun, it doesn't care. What a cruel, wicked creation. Well, yeah, you see it that way because you want to. Because you want to. You want to. What the heck, another alarm going off? Sounds like it's dying. And I wanted to. I could see that it was a corruption all this time. Yeah, self wanted the corruption, and then it tries to blame someone else for what it wants. What is going on? Okay, now a verse of the day popped up. For this is good and acceptable in the sight of Elohim our Savior, who desires all men to be saved and to come to the knowledge of the truth. It's going crazy. It's going to blow up. I command you to stop right now. Oh, I'm not God. Now. No. Now. No. Now. No. Now. See, and then you take the last take and delete all the others. That's false prophet. That's how it works. Thank you, clock. That alarm is so weak it doesn't even do anything. I just don't bother turning it off. It's so quiet. Maybe it sounds loud through the video, but it's pretty lame. I don't bother turning it off. Just let it go off. So the Father has a desire that's not the devil's desire for all men to be saved and to come to the knowledge of the truth. That's who he is. That's his desire. But he knows that people don't believe in him. They don't believe his desire, his truth, who he is. They don't believe that he wants that. See, he takes on a lot of tribulation himself. It sucks not to be believed. It's not an easy thing. It got noisy around here for a minute. I think that's all I have for now, I guess. Ugh. Back to the world. At least it's sunny outside, and yet it's dark in this world. It's supposed to be a light for someone's hope. Do good when they do evil, because no one does good to them when they do evil. And then if you see someone do evil back for doing good, that's extra hard. What else is there if that's what's done? Nothing. So only the Creator, that's it. Can't trust in the world, can't trust in people. Worship them in that kind of way. The things that people have to offer aren't real. I mean, you could touch the things, that's what makes it look real, but they're not real. No, they're not real. It can do nothing for the heart. It can do nothing for someone's spirit within. It can do nothing for within. It sure looks like it, though. Pretty damnably strong. Pretty strongly so. It looks like it can do something. Then people try it, and then it fails, and then you move on to the next thing. And try that, and it fails, and just keep forgetting that it's not working somehow. Forgot that this was already done the last 10 times, and on to 11 as if the other 10 didn't exist. That's what it looks like to me. That's what it's been. That's what I could see looking back. But with the Creator, there's no that thing that's all not real. His things satisfy because they're real. His truth does satisfy. It does what lies can't do. Somehow you always need more for both, though. You need more truth too, and yet somehow it satisfies, and yet we need more truth. A lie never satisfies, and you need more of it, more and more. Strange. A trick for the beast, for the stomach, for the stomach is like the god. It needs more, man. It needs more. Feed it. And the more you feed it, it's a trick. The more it needs. And then the more it needs, the more it feeds, the more it needs. And it's a circle. How to stop it? How to stop that? Well, all the tricks in the world won't stop it. Someone can deceive themselves to think they stop it because the Father gives them a power to stop one carnal thing, and they think that trick worked, and it's actually the Father's gift that they were able to stop that, and it worked for a deception in their heart, and they think they did it or something else did it, and it didn't come from the Creator. That's the deception, is to believe some idol did it, some wood, some fake thing. How does someone know how his judgments are working and whether he did it or not in this world? Is that why there's so much confusion? One person's actually healed and no one believes it, and they have to believe something else did it. But then a bunch of other people really aren't healed. They really aren't. What a confusion. There's a lot of stuff that needs to be put in order. It's all out of order. It's everywhere. It blew up a long time ago. It's a grenade. All the pieces are everywhere, but they're all out of order. And when someone tries to put it back in order themselves, they just create a mutation. There's no odds to put it back together right. Zero chance for that, for self-trying, but the Creator can put the pieces back. Bit by bit. Not too much at once. You're a beast 5%, no, 1%, 0.5%, and then tomorrow you're a beast 0.5%, and tomorrow you're a beast 0.5%. Eventually it's going to be 100%. And it will have been driven out, destroyed, revealed. And that's how someone's perfected, by knowing that what they are, and it coming out to be destroyed. So that the Father proves we're wicked. How fun and exciting. Good news, everyone, we're wicked. And that's as real as it gets. Literally seeing and believing it. Proof. Bags of proof. Something newer, seeing better, is condemning self. Self wants to condemn self in darkness and sin. It's now needing not to condemn self while acknowledging sin. What a fine line that is. Fine line. Acknowledge sin if it's sin, but don't condemn self. Make someone smoke to actually do that. That's some specific order that can only come from above to be able to do that. So without really seeing it, people condemn themselves because I could see that's what I did or do at times. You need to see not to do that. People condemn themselves, but then people give false information and false lies. And try to say, don't do this, don't be hard on yourself, forgive yourself, and that's a lie. But it sounds near the truth. Sounds good to someone. No, can't forgive self. Should not condemn, cannot condemn self, but can't forgive self either. That's a lie. Adam tries to forgive himself. Eve tries to forgive herself by covering self up. It's not going to work. That guarantees to stay in sin. It guarantees for the sin to remain. That's how to guarantee that. Is trying to forgive self. Supposed to acknowledge it to the Creator with the heart, and then He forgives. He removes it. If indeed it is real acknowledgement, then He'll do that, and self can't do that work. But the world teaches that all the time. I wouldn't mind speaking face to face to some of the highest, most well-known psychologists in the world, see what on earth, what is their knowledge? It's going to be the same knowledge from that tree, and nothing new. A trickster, just a better deceiver. And see that they're destroyed themselves. And how does a destroyed person with no light help someone else? A blind guide, does it really guide anyone if it's blind? That's why Messiah says blind guides. It's good to want to guide, but how can a blind guide someone? Don't they have to see and know the way first? And not be completely blind? Or else everyone's heading in a ditch. The leader and the follower. So that's a pretty big deal. The leader is responsible. The worldly leaders don't take accountability because they're going to just blame someone else for following them. They're going to blame them. They're supposed to be responsible, accountable for every word they say. Yeah, and the person that believes the lie, that is their own sin that they have to deal with. But the one that's lying is responsible for lying to them. And that's what man won't. Nope, I'm not responsible. I don't do it. Then someone says in foolishness, because when you try to hide and run from truth, there is no way. You have to do some other sin and become even more foolish if it's all false. So that's why people say, well, why did you believe me then? Why did you follow me? And they imply you're an idiot. Why did you sell your garbage and want everyone to believe it and buy it? And now you condemn them for doing it because you got exposed? That's what I've heard from the world. It's utter stupidity to condemn the one that they purposely tried to, sell their thing to be bought. Why are you doing that on purpose? Nope. Don't bring that up. Nope. It's the people's fault. Nothing to do with me. Zero. And then they blame them, and the other blames them, and it's the world we live in. The bottom blames the top blames the bottom. The middle blames the middle, top and bottom, whatever, every direction. Someone zooms in on one thing, one case, one person or two or three, one piece of news in the news, online, wherever they heard it from, and they zoom in on that, and focus in on it, like with a microscope. I guess that does distract from looking at self. It does do that pretty good. There's plenty to look at self all day long. It's busy enough just to look at self, let alone doing that, only zooming in on something else out there The beast is out there with binoculars somewhere. I'm looking through the window. Well, I'm not right now, but the picture. Looking out the window with my binoculars. And I'm carefully scanning, looking left and right. I think there's a beast somewhere out there. It's definitely not me. Oh, who is that? Is that Messiah? All right, where's my rifle? Make sure that this nice shiny bullet is good to go. I gotta destroy that deceiver. He's catching fish, that Messiah, that wicked. Let's see, the wind is 10 miles per hour to the east, so let me adjust. 1 mile away, it's pretty far, but I have a shot. Man, that's a pretty nasty picture. Well, that's what happened. Not with a literal bullet, but it might as well have been. Same murder. The enemy calls him a deceiver with demons. And a blasphemer because he makes himself out to be God Almighty, the Creator. He did no such thing. Never. And the church world still believes it to this day, that that's what he makes himself out to be. Man. That's the blasphemy, they said. Not for a bad work that we condemn you and we kill you. You say you do the sin of blasphemy, you make yourself out to be the Almighty himself. Not for a good work. What a confusion. Not for a good work? What on earth? Are you acknowledging he did good or not? Yes or no? Both at the same time, somehow. That's the answer to be safe. Yes and no, depending on the situation that I'm in. I'll cover myself with yes sometimes and sometimes with no with someone else. If it's a Gentile, I'll act this way, and if it's a Jew, I'll act that way. With partiality and hypocrisy. That's how to hide and cover all the time, is somehow go in the middle and be either left or right depending on the situation, or just stay in the middle if that's the best thing in that situation, in that moment. It's been tossed around like water with every wind of doctrine blowing around in the wind. Like a leaf, like paper. There it is. There's the man right there. See, he's 20 feet up, and now he's 10. Now he's 50 feet up. Now he's 5. He's on the ground, and now he's 1,000 feet up. See, there he is. You can't catch me. You can't catch me. I'm always moving. I'm wise. I'm wise. See, you can't catch me, and there's a smiley face on the paper blowing in the wind. You can't catch me. And he thinks he's doing it, and it's the wind. Doesn't even control where he blows. He just thinks he does. Well, that's deception too. There is a way to be like the wind. The Spirit is like something like the wind. Following in the Spirit is something like the wind. It blows. You don't know where it comes from and where it goes, but you move with it. Therefore, we know where we go and where we come from, because we don't know where we go and where we come from. Because we acknowledge we don't know, therefore we will know. As a blessing, we will know now because we don't know. That's how it works. That's how faith works. It doesn't see. It believes and therefore it becomes because it believed. It believed in something it didn't see, and the Father blesses that belief in him. And then he makes it become, for believing it, whatever we need to believe, but believing in him. And the wind blows you right at the right time, at the right place, just at the right time. Somehow, there it is. Just need to be right here, and there it perfectly is. Because of believing. Now, as soon as some self tries to do this itself, then there's some mixed up confusion that needs to be revealed, and stop doing that. As soon as self tries, it screws up this blowing of the perfect thing. Quenches the wind, quenches the spirit, and then it messes things up. Now get back up. But see, in unbelief, there is never any faith or truth or any good like this. There's not the Father's works in unbelievers, so then it's always in the condition of trying harder and harder and harder and harder of itself. Now it has to create the result of what it tries. So it has to start it, and then it has to finish it, and it has to make sure it lands at the right spot, all on its own itself. Father says, you want to work that hard, then someone's going to work harder and harder and harder, and it's going to get worse and worse and worse. Work of self works that hard, and there will be no blessing in it. The harder someone works, the worse it actually gets. The less someone works, the better it gets. The more of a sinner someone becomes, the better it gets. The less of a sinner someone becomes, the worse it gets. That's the judgment. Those who see are made blind, and those who are blind see, made to see. The opposite of what someone would think. So then the blind say they're not blind. That's covering it with the fig leaf and saying, I'm not blind, and therefore their blindness remains and gets worse, if anything. And then the other direction is getting better for saying we're blind. Hiding it was never a blessing. Do not acknowledge one's faults to another. Do not do that, says the devil. Do not acknowledge one's sins to another or anybody. Stay quiet. Hide it and cover it. Because I love you, see? So that evil can always sell love because it looks like it. It looks kind and nice. And it actually has the most wicked intention in reality in its heart. It's clueless and it just destroying people and just wants to destroy people. But it looks damnably nice, though. Because it's an easy thing. It looks good to say, no, cover up. We care about you. Cover it up. And that's what someone wants to hear anyways, because that's who Adam is. But saying acknowledge it and doing that, that's going to look cruel and evil to this world. And it has all good intention. It's the only truth and only good, but it looks evil. Unbelievable. But it makes sense in a world that's upside down. That means all the truth is upside down to the world. And the world is upside down to the truth, and they're at war. They're at enmity. They don't agree with each other. But this is the truth. The world calls the truth upside down because it's upside down. And it could claim that the other side is doing the same thing just as easy. Because people just believe in vain words, just say the words. It's not about the words, that's how it's said. It's the truth. The world claims the truth is upside down because it is upside down itself. And the truth says to the world it's upside down because it really is. The truth is upright, saying this is upside down. The upside down world says the truth is upside down because it is upside down itself. But the truth is not upside down. So now this confusion, that's how the enemy can sell this confusion. Mix it all up and confuse. don't know what direction something is, what it really means, what someone's intentions are, what do they really mean, when are they lying and when are they telling the truth. 10 fired bullets of lies and then one truth snuck in there so that it might as well be a lie, since the person's going to believe it's a lie. After 10 lies, it's all confusion. When someone says they're telling the truth, it looks the same as when they say that when they're lying. Because when they lie, they make themselves look like they're telling the truth. So it all looks the same. I swear, but you would swear if you're lying. If you're telling the truth, it looks the same way. I swear, that's what this world is. But we read not to swear, because it only comes from evil. To do that from the heart, swear. There's no need to swear if someone's telling the actual truth in the Creator and being commended by Him. Because we could see we're not being judged. And there's not wrath and rage and unrest because of not being judged. So someone just says yes or no, that's it, no swearing. Don't need to swear on grandmother's grave. As if that could do any good anyways. Isn't she in the grave? What's that going to do? What does that mean? Dumb world. All these sayings, they're all dumb too. There's no power in the grave like that. That people breathe in power to it, and if someone believes it, well then all of a sudden it seems like it has power. It really looks like it does because everyone else does it. That's the problem. It's okay because everyone else does it. It must be true because everyone else does it. That's a lot of pressure. That's what the weeds are that Messiah speaks of. That's the pressure of the world. It's really going to look this bad, and that's how it looks. The weeds are going to try to squeeze the plant and destroy it, and so that it can only become a weed and suck the life out of someone. That's what the weeds are. They're pressure of the world, because that's what the world is constantly. It's always pressuring because it's constantly sinning, so that pressure of the weeds is all around. It would like to choke out that thing that grew for life and not a weed. We need a weed eater here and some spray. Cut them down by giving the truth. Not by literally cutting people down. And the world hasn't learned that doing that, cutting people down in war, only breeds more war. It only makes people hate more. It only offends them more because there's no blessing in evil. It doesn't clean up anything. It's just a cycle of destruction and makes things worse. And horrible evil. To take another person's life anyways. Incredibly evil. But now his word could be used to justify that, even that itself, so easily. And that's why the letter kills. The letter definitely kills in all kinds of ways. It's not the letter's fault, it's what man does with it and thinks of it and becomes putting his doctrine onto the letter and then working that letter, and then it does evil with it. Messiah speaks the truth to people he knows that can't see or understand, and he won't be understood, but he speaks the truth anyways. It's too bad, basically, that someone doesn't understand him and takes it wrong or evilly or this or that. What's he supposed to do? Not speak truth because someone's going to take it wrong and not believe him? No, he speaks the truth anyways. That's who the Father is, and that's what Messiah did. Is the Father's works. That's who the Creator is. He speaks the truth to man, and man doesn't understand him. It's a riddle. It's a mystery. But it could be revealed and is being revealed to those that believe and seek that revealing. And something's done in haste. Hasty. Which will lead to some kind of corruption, some kind of lie. Because that hasty work is going to have to be judged. Which will mean someone ends up with another lie for being hasty. Some kind of bad happens because of it. But if there was patience and belief, then some kind of good would come. And anyone who's not. Okay, just go puff. More delivery blocks. Yes, it wants me to log in. We're receiving a lot of orders. Please log in. Whoever is not hasty, well, whoever is, how is it said? Whoever believes on him will not be put to shame, but also whoever is not hasty. There's a hastiness going on, like a fire in the world, man. Instantly needing to know whatever it is, whatever question, whatever it is. Just boom, boom. That's not going to fix the problem of the whatever someone's needing to know. That's not going to be blessed for being hasty. Good things come to those who wait, the world says. Well, it's true. Whoever waits on the Creator, good things are coming for them. Right now, waiting on Him for whatever is needed. Then it will come. But someone might have to wait a while. Maybe one day, maybe 1 month, I don't know. Sometimes more, sometimes less for whatever it is. Maybe 6 months, maybe a year. It's likely going to be a bigger revealing if someone waited longer, I think. But if someone has nothing to do with Him, then our own reward is whatever someone is seeking carnally. Then whatever we get in this world is our reward. That's it. So if someone wants fame and worship and stuff like this, then when they get it, that's their reward. That's it. That's what their heart secretly wanted. Secretly or openly. Both. Then that's what. That's the reward. The Pharisees have their reward. That's it. They got it already. And look at the condition of man. Is it working? Well, they do like it, and yet they never can be content with it, and yet it's destroying them, and yet they want more of what's destroying them. Well, that reward seems like a punishment. Maybe because it is. It's a punishment to get what we want for reward. So then if someone wants the instant reward, that's just getting something in and of the world as a reward. There it is. That's the reward. Now there is no further real reward coming from the Father from above if we get that reward. So then not seeking that reward, but the heavenly reward. things that actually do something and matter and are real. Why is it deceitful? Because someone believes that the fake reward really does something for them. That's what's deceitful about it. It looks like it could do something, and when it comes, it doesn't do it. And more comes, it doesn't do it. Someone's expectation instantly rises to the level, seemingly instant, to whatever they have. So if someone gets $1 million instantly, their expectation instantly goes to $1 million. That's the picture I see for not being content. That's what it's like. Those things you hit with the hammer and it goes to the top. Ding! That's what happens in his heart. I see a big, strong guy with a big sledgehammer, massive, and he's ready to hit that thing, that whatever those things are called, that light up, and it goes to the top when you hit it, and he swings and it slams down. That's what happens when someone receives, like, boom, here's a gift, $1 million. You got what you wanted. See, here, says the devil, you got what you wanted. Here's the silver for your betrayal. No, what are you going to do now? Here's your silver. There's a reward. And he hits it, and an earthquake happens. And the earth shakes, and it goes to the top. Ding! And man's eyes cross, and he can't believe he's not content, and it doesn't do anything for him. So now he has to seek more, and more, and more, and more. And then someone will attack this truth and say, well, do you make money? Well, you're done. You're condemned. You're not allowed to do that because we want to see you destroyed and not receive the things you need. We don't believe in truth. We just want to destroy you because we don't believe in a true way that the Father can provide the things we need, which means we do need it. So then they're secretly implying that we don't need things. Well, that's pretty evil. Basic things. There is a way to survive without doing that sin of greed and going insane, needing more and more and more. There is a way to survive without sinning. That's the way someone's supposed to find out from him. Is it going to look like a believer's not sinning? No. No, not to the world, because they say just that kind of thing. Do you make some kind of money? Do you make a few bucks? It's done. You're over. You look like a sinner, like everyone else. You look like the same image. Well, the truth never was the image. Someone's, without knowing what they're doing, saying that the truth is an image. If that's so, then someone should make themselves look righteous and just receive all life and blessing. Just instantly. Just the better they make themselves look like, they should just have blessings poured down by the Creator, if that's the truth. That could be tested. It really can. Someone could try it and see what happens, but don't try it, because the people that try it, are they ever going to come out of it? So then that's just going to suck someone in for self-righteousness. Let me just make my image look good. It's not working. That doesn't bring down anything good, just to look good on purpose. And it's not complicated, the truth. It's simple, and yet that just proves that self is blind, that couldn't see something that simple. Just proves the blinding, utterly, because I couldn't see it. But chaos and evil is confusion, and it's not wisdom. But the confusion is made to look like knowledge and wisdom and something wise, because it's confusing, because someone can't think right away what's the answer, because there is no answer if it's literally confusing. That's why it's scattered. It could be whatever someone says, because it's a confusion. And then someone says it's this and someone says it's that, and then some people agree with that, and then they fight against the one that says this and that, and then there's 10,000 different, people saying different things, and it's all those things somehow, and yet each one is right and better than the other in its own mind. So then it just, like, whatever someone wants it to be, opinions. It's your opinion. Well, I'll be literally damned if that's all we have is opinions then. Then it's not truth. Truth is not opinions. It's an opinion today that it's sunny outside and the sun is hot. It's my opinion. No, it's truth that this is so. Oh, the sun rose at whatever time and it sets at whatever time. It's my opinion. We have to find out the truth from him, not the devil's opinions. Our own thoughts, opinions, and things. Well, it depends what's being spoken of, too. If it's something that's not truth, then that's all someone should expect it to be, is people, like, fighting over the opinions on it, because it's not of truth. And that thing may or may not be evil by itself. And it doesn't even matter. It depends what someone does with it. So there's things that I believe you just don't touch that. You don't go there. Because if it's not of truth, and then you fall into the pit of what people are doing, don't fall in the pit of what's going on with that thing, or else we'll just do the same works and become that instant hypocrites. So that it wants to draw you in to do that same thing. And if it's something over worthless nothing concerning not truth, and worthless in this way, because it's not about truth, then it's just a trap. To suck someone in and fall in a bear trap, a bird's net. We read about this cage. It's like a cage in Revelation. And somehow people get people to go in the cage, agree with it, and the door shuts them in, and then they're in a cage. That's not good. And now inside the cage, people are saying, I'm free, freedom, because they're in a cage. They don't want to believe the reality, the truth. But it's never going to get out of the cage until it acknowledges it's in it. And as long as the same old trick keeps happening, as long as the enemy can, through all kinds of ways, through all kinds of people, anywhere, anything, get someone to believe that they're free, they'll never be free. Because only the actual truth can set someone free, and that means something, and that works a certain way, and it's real. But if someone is in a cage and they're saying they're free, they'll always be in a cage. As long as that's happening. That's something a snake can't tell anyone. Because they don't want someone to come out of a cage with their heart. It's not what they actually want. Wolves come, it doesn't care. It runs itself and it's scattered. It runs like chickens run. Fox comes. The tough rooster isn't so tough. It runs away and all the hens die. And it's hiding in the grass somewhere. It ran the fastest. Yeah, I've seen it. A literal rooster do that years ago when we had chickens. Something happened. The door was left open. Someone forgot. Some of them survived, but something got some of them. And the rooster was way in the back, way further, way out there. And there's tall overground grass and like some junk car or whatever was there, hiding way back there. Then he started crowing later because, yeah, it was pretty bad for a kid to see that. like calling them back, but they're not coming back. That's what disaster looks like. That's what evil looks like. Because of some hungry dog, But that's what a dog is, or a wolf, or a fox. It's going to do wolf works, dog works, fox works. Tell that fox I got more works to do over here. And I'm going to do them today, tomorrow, and the next. And when I die, I'll be risen again. Tell that fox that. You trying to kill me? The Creator's going to rise me up, and then you'll never be able to kill me like that ever again anyway. So tell that fox, that snake, that killing me is just going to fulfill the Creator's plan and purpose. And you make me live by killing me. Tell that hunter that hunts for me when I was 2 years old, that same devil spirit, back when I was 2. So cowardly and fearful to kill a bunch of 2-year-olds and under just to get to one, in fear that he would grow up to be the king. What a strange faith. Just enough faith, or was that faith that kind of looks like it? Enough faith in some word he heard in the scripture that there's a king coming, Messiah. We have to kill him while he's 2 and under. That's not faith, but it sure can look like it. That's desperate fear that just happens to look like faith. It's not faith. It's desperate fear of someone else being a king and believing that just enough for all that fear to work in someone strange. It does look like some kind of faith, though, but it's twisted. It's evil. It's actually perfect faithlessness. While it looks like faith, it's faithlessness. It's utter faithlessness in the Creator because of some other person becoming a king. You're worried for what? Your position at age 70 or something? 80, 90? Are you worried for other kings? You care about other kings to become kings soon. Someday you worry about them so much. What's really going on in that heart? What on earth is that? Why do you act like you care so much when you don't? You can't care the one you murder and kill. Crush that serpent, crush that scorpion, that worthless nothing, says the king, so-called king, the leader. And then servants go out and do his bidding, whatever the word is, do his will. Those people that do the king's, the evil man's will like this are in fear also, and they're in slavery to him. Even if they wanted to leave, they couldn't. And if they try, they fear for their life that something will happen to them if they leave. That's the trap the Creator puts everyone in. There is no leaving, says the devil. You can't leave. So then there's nothing the enemy hates more when someone's escaping. doing the impossible, being freed from that slavery of self, to sin, to the image, to other people, to this, to that, all of it working together for slavery coming out. And if someone's trying to make themselves look like they're free, they don't know what it is. They must not have it. Because it's not. To try to look like it, what on earth is that anyways? Someone can see how dumb that is. That's not real. The moment it's tried to look like something, that's how you know it's not real. That's the fraudulent thing. You just become, you just are, you just is whatever he makes someone be by believing in him. You're not trying anymore to look like what we think something is, but actually becoming it and not worried what we look like because of it. How did Messiah prove strength? He did what was right, even though it cost him his life in the end. That's some severe strength. No one's going to believe him, and he did it anyways. No one believed him or understood, and he did anyways. Spoke the truth. And way before that, nothing but murder. It cost him his life over and over and over again spiritually, and then finally literally. And yet somehow he lives, like we read. Slaughtered over and over again, and yet still live. Killed all the day long, and yet still live. So there's no one too dead. That's what he deals with. The dead. He raises the dead. But in a deep condemned state, someone says, I'm too dead. Too far gone. But if they believe that forever, they will be that. Because no one can please the Creator apart from faith. It's like the one string, the rope coming down. There it is. That's the rope right there. The only rope in the world. Faith. No faith, the rope is gone. Keep falling. That's all that could happen then. Keep falling. So it comes back to like one thread. So important. It's everything. Huge. So what someone believes is a pretty big deal. What someone doesn't believe is a big deal. It pleases him to believe him, not to not believe him. Someone will receive things for believing him, not for not believing him. But the weeds are the pressure of faithlessness, because that's what we look at the most. That's what the world is. It's faithless in reality. So that pressure is always there. It doesn't believe. That's the truth. It doesn't believe for real all around us. All unbelief, this world, most all of it. Only a few believers. Most of the world's in unbelief, so that's real. It's all that they really don't. How do you fight against that? Who can war with the beast? Who can have faith in a literal world where your whole life, everything around you doesn't have faith? Well, there's a way. And the enemy sends out a flood to try to destroy them. But Pharaoh gets flooded for trying to flood his people and destroy them. It comes back on them. That's what faith will do. He'll protect us, and it'll come back on someone that tried. Exactly as they put out, it comes back. And no, not all at once. Right away, instantly, because he has a lot of patience on evil. And people take advantage of that patience and think, oh, I just got away with something and I didn't get struck by lightning. Well, you're storing up wrath. That's what's happening. That's what the person's doing. They're storing up wrath. It's coming back. You just wait. It's already started. It's already started in someone's heart. Someone's already being destroyed, but it's coming back too for the carnal man to see it come back on him. Because the natural man doesn't see spiritual things, so the Father will eventually put on some kind of judgment that he can see with his literal eyes, and it comes back on him. And then all this is ignored too. I just saw something the other day, something about some player said something like, I don't respect anyone that doesn't score 40 or something on me. And just, the typical thing going on in there. Trash talk this, trash talk that. Envious of the kings of the, whatever the kingdom is, football, baseball, basketball, whatever it is. It's, each one's poison. And someone's doing trash talk within it. And said some things, some stupid, foolish things, prideful things. And he said something about 40. And they lost the entire series, the last game, by 40. A record-breaking loss. That was never done like that before, I believe. By exactly 40. So, who knows how often it's coming back, man. I don't know. Can't see all these judgments in the whole entire, all of it, but a little here, a little there. His judgments are unsearchable. Who knows how it's all perfectly working, like masterfully working. I don't know how he does it. Everything has to be remembered that someone did, or a group of people, or a nation also, at the exact same time. Every detail. I don't know how he does it. I can't comprehend it. Individually, as a group, as a building, as a denomination, as a town, as a city, as a metropolis, as a nation, as a region, as a country, as the world. Somehow he's doing it all. Each one, then the whole world's being judged on like a worldly level, and then a nation's being judged on a national level, and then all the way down to the individual. Somehow all of it, they vary. I will bring the Assyrians to judgment. Who? The devil or the Creator? How is he doing this? And after I punish the Assyrians, I'm going to punish them for punishing the Egyptians. Or however it's said. Everyone's fault. That's pretty bad news, I think, to this world. So then after a judgment is complete, someone else is judged because they did the evil. But see, how can someone see that he's not doing any evil? That's the thing. Needing to see how it's working to some degree, to actually see it. To see some of it, however much we need to see. Because we can't see the things that we can't see, that are not meant to be seen, because we can't, and he won't show us that. Like, his judgments are unsearchable. There's things that will never be given right now to see because they're unsearchable. It's too much, too big. That's for him alone. But then there's things about judgment that we do need to see, and we do read a lot about to learn his judgments. Now these two things have to be rightly divided so that someone doesn't say, his judgments are unsearchable, and now they threw away all judgment. Well, they threw away all those verses, all those many, many, many words that talk about learning judgment and people not wanting to learn his judgment and hating his judgments and not believing in his judgments. What about all that? It's gone. It's thrown away. And his judgments are unsearchable. That's how easy it is to use his word deceitfully. Well, I think it's time for this to end here. Wow, 4 hours. I've got a bug to release. Really important. People say all the time, busy, gotta go. Busy, gotta go. To try to escape a situation. We shouldn't be doing that anymore. That's not love or care towards the person that someone's trying to escape and like that. Make something up real quick, gotta go. That's weakness. It's faithlessness. And it's not love or care. That's for sure. Easy to get offended. So someone sees like maybe something in someone else. They see themselves through them. And like, oh, gotta go. I don't want to face myself, really. That's what it's about. So if I don't face that person, I won't face myself. Gotta go. Yeah, but the person is themselves. How do you run from yourself? And yet it's being done. Yeah, I think that's it. It's time for real. All right, peace, take care, seek truth from above.